Good evening. March 17th meeting of the East Point City Council. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Shropshire, Councilmember Freeland, Councilmember Atkins, Councilmember Ziegler, Councilmember Cummins, Councilmember Mitchell, Councilmember Butler, and Councilmember Martin Rogers is here. She is here. She's just out in the hallway. Mayor Holiday Ingram, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Our Sergeant at Arms this evening is Captain Robinson. If we can stand and remain standing. Let me see if I have a pastor. If not, we'll remain standing for a moment of silence, followed by the pledge to the flag. So tonight we are celebrating champions. East Point is doing it big. And we're going to start with our young champions and invite up our Parks and Recreation Director, Shalora Pinkett, to present our East Point Parks and Recreation and Cultural Affairs District 4 Class A State Champions 12U and 14U girls.
So obviously, well, good evening, Mayor and Council. I love coming before you all to represent our city. As you guys know, this is home for me. A few weekends ago, the city made history. Our boys, Tri-Cities team, they will be acknowledged tonight. I think they won 3 out of the last 6, and our girls have won 2 out of the last 3 state champions. So that is something that definitely to be proud of. We're super proud of these young ladies, coaches, parents. A couple weekends ago, I personally drove our 14U girls down to Savannah, Georgia. The first game was against the host city, so you can imagine that was challenging. But our girls handled their business, and we beat the city of Atlanta in the championship. So that's always a good thing. So we have a healthy relationship and competition, obviously with the city, but historically over the last maybe 6 years, we've been dominating a lot of the competition and recreational programming. So we're very excited about that for you guys to see our young ladies. I actually put together a video so you can see how they really get down. If you don't mind taking a look at it, we'll play it for everybody.
Okay.
Thank you, Jess. Oh, it's not here. It's not. Okay. There it goes. So it was playing earlier. There you go. The 14 girls play. So as you can see, our girls don't play any games. But I definitely want to bring the young ladies up. And I definitely want to take this time to acknowledge their parents. We had to play Savannah at 6 o'clock on a Friday night. And if we would have got there any minute late, they'd have been happy to forfeit us. But as you can see, our girls can really play. But we're very proud of them. And I actually want to bring the young ladies up. What's up?
As the Lord said, it's a pleasure to have these girls in the program. Pleasure for them to come back. Actually, our 12 you girls, it's 2 out of the last 3? 2 out of the last 3 state championships have come to East Point. 14U, 2 in a row? Yep, 2 in a row out of 14 girls. So we just want to take the time to thank you all for the support from you guys to help us be able to make these things possible and support us the way that you do. So thank you guys. If y'all want to come down and take a picture, that'd be nice.
Well, first you got to call their names out. Like, we need to know names.
Let me bring our humble coaches up front so they can handle that.
We'll sit down for the roll call, then we'll take comments, and then we'll come take pictures.
I don't want to get no nicknames.
Nicknames are fine.
Okay, I'm Coach DeJuan. I coach the 12U girls. You have Peyton Day, you have Peyton, you have Brooklyn Day, you have Lola Crutcher, Riley Lewis, Nevaeh, Anderson, and then you have Kennedy Harris. Yes, I'm sorry. And I've been coaching them since they were little, and I still can't remember their name. I'm sorry. But yeah, I've been coaching these girls for the past, well, a couple of them since they've been 8 years old. Yeah, 7, 8 years old. Yeah, and you know, they presented Coach Mo presented. They presented me to come bring them girls out to East Point and coach. And you know, like you said, we started at 10U, won that one. Last year had a mishaps, and then this year we won again. So every game we won by 30 plus. So, you know, but besides that, enjoyed it. East Point been good to us, so hope we can do it again next year. All right.
Hey, how y'all doing? I'm Alfred Moulton. They call me Coach Mo. And, you know, me and Shalor, we've been best friends since 8th grade. So we was able to, you know, put this girls club together. I've been coaching girls for like 15 years now. And we initially started with East Point with kids like Raven Johnson, who is like the point guard at South Carolina National Championship. And, you know, she started in our Young Guns program when we initially partnered with East Point. In the last 15 years, it's grown to something really nice and something that we're able to continue to build on and continue to just service girls in the community. We've got Riri. She's from, you know, just recently moved from California. And, you know, she found us. Jamise, which we nicknamed her Miami. She moved from Miami. And you know, with the 14U this year, initially we didn't have a 14U team. We usually start younger. But Miami had a little mishap in school that we were able to fix, and you know, we were able to put a team together with her friends, and you know, it really helped a lot. So, you know, we got Naya, which is her mom is an East Point, you know, product, to Mary, which is Miami's little sister, and that's it. We got 3 girls that couldn't come tonight, but it's been a joy. So thank y'all for having us.
Well, thank you. I'm going to open it up to see if council members have any comments that they'd like to share, and then I'll close this out with comments, and we'll come down and take a picture.
Right.
Councilmember Butler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to say congratulations to the young ladies. Females playing sports is very important, It helps shape your life. My mother played basketball, but when they played, they only played half court. And my father coached Mays High School 9th grade to an undefeated season. So I've always been a little kid while my dad was coaching, always been around girl athletics and the sports. And so I want to say we're very proud of you. Keep up the good work, because you can't see it now, but the hard work you put in now is going to take you out through life. So continue to do what you do. Congratulations.
Councilmember Martin Rogers.
I just wanted to say how incredibly proud I am of each and every one of you. Now, when you make it big, because you will, WNBA, whatever career goal that you have, reach back to our Parks and Rec program. Don't forget about us when you all become superstars, okay? But I am incredibly proud of you all. Thank you so much for Director Pinkett for taking our programs to the next level, especially with our youth. Thank you so much, and congratulations again, girls. I'm so proud of you.
Councilmember Atkins.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be brief. Just wanted to say, I think Councilmember Martin Rogers really summed it up. The word I was going to use was proud also. Watching that video and seeing those jerseys go up and down the court that said East Point and all those swishes, it just really made me proud. I also just wanted to say that I heard Coach Mo talk about Miami and school, and so when I look at each and every one of you, I see scholar athletes, and so I know you'll do great things for secondary and even onto the WNBA, as Councilmember Martin Rogers said. So keep up all of the hard work on the court and off the court. You make us very proud.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you, and let me say congratulations to you all, and wish you much success in what you do, and continue to keep up the good work, because guess what? Women are doing their thing.
So I'm going to round it out by saying I'm extremely proud, but also when I was in high school, it was a long time ago, I played basketball. Now, I played on JV, and I played well if I got fouled, right? That was my motivation. I also that's when Jordans first came out. So I had nice shoes, but my game wasn't really matching my shoes, but I looked good, you know what I mean? So our team at JV was so bad, one of my teammates shot the ball in the other team's goal. I've played a little, I know a little bit about it, but I am so proud to be here today, umpteen years later, to have all of you amazing young ladies who are excelling in this sport, something I dabbled in, but you're excelling in it. And I know you're excelling on and off the court. Jamise, a.k.a. Miami, my husband's from Miami, Liberty City. We lived in Miramar. I'm a native Floridian, so is Councilmember Martin Rogers. She's with Deerfield Beach? Delray. Oh, Delray Beach. My bad. But I'm glad we all make mistakes, but we all learn from our mistakes, right? So and I wish I could tell you none of y'all would make any more, but I'm 51 and I still do, right? So the goal is always to make sure you fail forward and that you learn from your mistakes, right? And that you know that one thing doesn't define you, nor does it make you be anything other than someone who continues to persevere. So congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. I am so proud. I always say there's no point like East Point. And I think the first time that Tri-Cities boys basketball won, they had a T-shirt that said the City of Champions. And we're truly becoming that, not only in high school, but also building a feeder pattern. And so as my colleagues have said, I look forward to seeing you all in college, D1, Power 5 college, free college parents. That's what we're going to pray for them. And also WNBA, remember the little people, and remember the reach back and lift as you climb, right? Same way people are helping you, make sure you help others as you continue to excel. But before we come down and before we all stand up, I want all the parents to stand. Parents and support teams, support figures for the girls. You all deserve a standing ovation as well. Thank you for your commitment to your girls. My daughter plays travel softball, so I know what it's like, and it takes a lot of everybody working together to make it work. So we are extremely proud of you all. I want you all to hang around for the Tri-Cities High School basketball championship presentation, which is coming up next, because they're going to be making an ask of council, and I think it would be great to include all of you in it. So we're going to come down and take a picture, and parents, family, feel free to join us as we take the pictures as well. We're going to continue recognizing champions. Principal Gorman, if you can bring all of your staff and players in, and you all can all just come to the podium. You come up to the podium. Come on in, champs. They look like they in the NBA already. Good Lord. They already in the NBA. Look. Whoa. They are. Press that mic for me, Principal Gorman.
Okay. Come on up, Coach.
Coming.
You know it's spotlight time, Spotlight City. So, first of all, good evening, councilmen, community. I'm Dr. Gorham, new principal of Tri-Cities High School. First, I just want to say to the young ladies, I am so happy to see you up here doing really big things. I hope that we get to see you guys at the Tri-Cities High School, City of Champions. As a former basketball player for a ride to college, I want to tell you ladies to just keep pushing forward. It does pay off one way or the other. So to my awesome team and coach who are raising young men on and off the court, we are proud to say that Tri-Cities is this year a three-peat state champion. We beat out Woodward Academy. And so we are so proud that the work that these young men have done on the court, but also in the classroom. Coach can boast about their GPA, the awesome work that he does. So I'm going to turn the mic over and let Coach tell you a little bit about these gentlemen, also introduce them, and then I'm going to ask Ms. Orner to come up because we want to ask something special of you guys, and definitely an opportunity to recognize these young ladies in addition to. So Coach Forts.
First and foremost, thank you all so much for having us here this evening. It's a privilege and an honor to be here. It's a privilege and an honor to represent the community and to be able to lead these young men. Our overall team GPA the first semester of the young men standing here, first and foremost, the biggest thing was there were no Fs, 0 Fs. We have Khalid Jones, sophomore. Chris Cottle, Jr. It's one of my favorites. I give him a hard time a lot. Kamari Greer, freshman. Corbin Wilberg, who I want to say also a special thanks to his father, who is also our strength coach and a long-time 25-year plus teacher at Tri-Cities. Senior, Carby Martin. Sophomore, John Morris. Senior, Sean Van Dorn. Junior, Jalen Wingfield. Sophomore, Lonnie Brown. Junior, Quintavian Thurman. Senior, I love you, man, Andrew Jones. Sophomore, Trey Keith. And junior, Dylan Johnson. A few things about a few guys that stand out. Our senior, Sean Van Dorn, has already signed a scholarship to Georgia Southern. I like to tell them my season doesn't end until I get my seniors who want to go to college into college. I just sent an email to about 60 coaches today for our senior, Carby Martin, and we've got a response from one. He's in the process of communicating with their university now, which leaves us just with Andrew Jones, that I'm still going to fight for until he tells me to stop fighting, to get him playing college athletics, whether it be football, because he starts for our football team as well. I'm humbled to be here, humbled to represent these young men and their families in our community. Thank you all for having us.
Well, thank you all so much. I am going to, actually, before you all make the ask, I want to do before or after. Before you all make the ask, I'll see if council has any comment. Councilmember Butler.
Well, it's good to see you guys. Congratulations on your three-peat. And, Coach, you have a young team. So that's a good thing. We're going to make it 4? All right. I wish I could have been there, but I was out of town that day when you guys played the championship. I played baseball, basketball, and football, but basketball was my favorite sport. And I guess you know I was a guard, right? So I'm just appreciative and proud of the work that you guys have done. And I look forward, like the young ladies, to see you guys do great things and keep making us proud. Really do appreciate you.
Councilmember Martin, right?
Thank you. I just wanted to say I am incredibly proud of each and every one of you. I remember going to my first history-making game. I was there with the mayor and also a resident, Latoya K. Vaughn, and you all. I mean, amazing job. Coach, welcome to the new principal. And as I said to the young ladies, you all are young men. When you make it to the NBA, because you will, please reach back into your communities and allow someone to stand on your shoulders. The world is yours, and congratulations. I'm so proud of you all.
Thank you.
So, as Dr. Martin Rogers said, I was at the first one. I think I probably got a little hoarse. And then, unfortunately, they schedule these championship games during our National League of Cities conference where we're in D.C. So the last two we haven't been able to make, but was definitely following and saw the post as soon as you all won, and was grinning from ear to ear. I have my City of Champions t-shirt that I rock nicely, proudly, because it reminds me of the grit, the grind, the hard work that you all put in on and off the court. And I'm extremely, extremely proud of each and every one of you. Defying odds, but not only defying odds, excelling. I shared before you came in, Principal Gorman, a story about me playing basketball that did not result in full college tuition and all of that. It was a little more challenging, but I think it's really great to see people who are putting in the work. It takes a lot of work to be a great athlete. It takes work off the court every day, putting in the work. So thank you so much for your grit and your grind. I always say there's no point like East Point, and we are truly a city of champions because of you all. Coach, this is the third one. Is somebody here who actually has two or no?
Yes.
I thought, yeah. You have two or three? Two? Okay. Okay. Well, congratulations on the three-peat. Looking forward to the four-peat. But know that we are here to support you now and in the future. And as we said, when you make it, remember all of the support that you got and how people lifted you as you climbed, and continue to do that throughout your career, because someone's always looking up to you. You're a role model whether you want to be or not. And so just continue to soar so that we can continue to be proud. Dr. Gorman.
So, I want Ms. Kayvon Arnold, who is a resident of East Point, who is an avid Tri-Cities High School supporter and alumni, just like me. So I wanted her to make this pitch because she has been with us all the way.
Thank you. Hello, Madam Mayor and City Council. I am Latoya Kayvon Arnold, and yes, I am a resident of East Point. I serve as Tri-Cities High School Alumni Association President. I serve as bonus mom and auntie to all these amazing young men and women in our community. And my ask is simple. I'm going to ask you now, I'm going to ask you on Facebook, I'm going to ask you in your face, you name it. I would like to ask that you guys allow our City of Champions, our athlete scholars, to have a parade, as well as encompass our young ladies with them. So that's what my ask is. We ask that each one of you stand behind our athletes, and let's parade them. Let's show the world what we have. Like the principal as well as our coach said, we not only have athletes, we have scholar athletes. Each one of them have over 3.0 GPA. That needs to be displayed, and I am extremely proud of them. And as a proud member of the best, the baddest, and the fiercest alumni in the country, we roll with them. Y'all are welcome to join our association as well, but this is just a small act, and continue to just support these kids, because all we want them to do is just shatter glass ceilings.
So I would like to make a motion if it's time for that, Madam Mayor.
Let me call your name,
Yes,
right?
yes, ma'am.
So you know that the lights were on,
Yes, ma'am.
and you just gonna yell out. Councilmember Mitchell.
So I'm enthusiastic as being born and raised in East Point. You know, I played AAU, I played baseball, we went to the Little League World Series, all of that. But I would ask my colleagues to allow us to make a motion, or I would like to make a motion for us to have a parade for these gentlemen. Make a motion for a parade.
Councilmember Shropshire. Is there a second?
It's a second, and I was going to make the motion because we did it previously. So what we did before.
We're in on discussion. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. And I had, and I wanted to chime in. So my nephew graduated from Tri-City, as well as two of my sons. My nephew was in the band. I think he graduated maybe in like 2007. I can't even remember. But yes. I fully support that, whatever it is, yes. And for the girls as well, the young ladies.
Yeah, I think we had won the second, was it the first or second time they won? Second time, the young men won, and as we have seen, or just had a presentation of our 12U and 14U girls, I think we can really call this the City of Champions Parade, and have all of our scholar athletes participate at whatever level. And so I know back in the day we had a softball team, they won state championship too. This is my pitch, Mr. Pinkett, for another softball team. But whatever, and even if they weren't champions but they placed, or just let's celebrate our athletes. As a part of this, I don't know if you all have a date in mind. As a proud member of the greatest alumni association outside of my high school ever, Tri-Cities High School Alumni Association, is there a specific ask for? we don't necessarily have to put a date in the motion. We do need to know, kind of like in mind, what you all are thinking. I think previously, of course, there's a need to ensure that the streets are blocked off. I think we use East Point streets, so we wouldn't have to really go with DOT. So there's a number of different things. We'll have to talk about the route and the support needed around that. But Principal Gorman, I don't know if you all have started planning, if you have a date in mind and like some specific other asks that you may need.
So we suggested the 28th, and we have all the information that we can reshare from the last time you guys supported this.
28th is a Friday.
Last time it was on a Friday, which is why we just stuck with that
No,
date.
but I'm just thinking about us including our youth as a part of it this year. And what time did you all have in mind on Friday?
Last time it started at 5.
And so I think it may be helpful if we maybe not agree to date and time so you all can work with Parks and Recreation and just make sure we do it in a way that all of our kids can participate, our school scholar athletes can participate. And so the motion is to approve having a championship parade or parade in the city for our athletes. And I'm trying to think of anything specific that we may need as it relates to in-kind and things of that nature. But I think the last time we just made the motion
Maybe
and
like,
staff was able to
police
to coordinate.
escort, police escort and all that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah. Trying to think. So we can allow the parade and also authorize staff to participate in planning, coordinating, and executing. Councilmember Mitchell, I think if we include that within the motion, that will give them
Sure. So,
the support that they need.
yeah, so I'm not sure how to amend it, but any staff, police escort, anything needed, I'm asking for permission to council that we let these gentlemen have a parade on, I think we're still working on a date, but yes, just allow them to have a parade. Permission for.
So are you okay with the motion being to approve staff to plan, coordinate, and help execute the parade
Yes.
for them?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that's some friendly amendment, or we have to amend that, or.
You can, I can't really friendly amend, but if that's the language you're okay with, you can basically amend your own motion.
So we had a second from Ms. Shropshire, Councilwoman Shropshire.
Councilwoman Shropshire, does your second still stand?
You okay with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other discussion?
I'm done. No, ma'am.
All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. We're going to have a parade. Councilman Martin Rogers said she's giving you a party too.
Love to get that same picture, and then actually I think it would be a nice picture to also get the girls to come up.
Okay, so what we'll do is the first one we'll take with just the basketball team, and then the next one we're going to take with all of our champions, holding up, where's the trophy? Coach Common.
Yes, ma'am.
What happened to the trophy?
It's at the front of the school where every visitor can see it, but I'll make sure that it's available.
For the parade? Okay, all right. All right, protected. All right, we're going to come down to take pictures. Oh, wait a minute. Any family members here of the boys? Yes. Congratulations to you as well. We know it takes the whole team and the support that you provide in love, nurturing, and provision. I'm sure and a lot of resources helped make them successful. So congratulations to you as well. This moment is for you as well as all of us. And we will have one, so we'll take the first one with the gentleman, the team. Then we'll ask the family if they want to come up to take a picture with the team. Then we will have all of our champions, our young ladies, as well as our boys basketball team. Families, parents, feel free to come join us. All right, so I would like for the basketball team council to say, we want our young champions to come up. Come on.
Y'all ladies, what y'all stand in the front? What y'all come to the front? Right to the front.
Are the coaches for the girls up here too? I can't see. Come on, coaches. Coach Mo. All right. This is the one we use for the promo of the parade. Yeah. Smile. Oh, you ran up. You gotta lean in the window. There we go. Let's do one more. She wasn't in the window right here. All right.
That's crazy.
So Coach Forts shared another idea with there we go. Coach Fort shared another idea with me while we were taking the picture that I suggested that he share with council, one, because this is our last meeting for this month. So come on, Coach.
Very briefly, I'm from Tallahassee, Florida, small country town down in Florida, and as I was growing up, being from a small town, anytime there was a state championship won, they would put like a small street sign that where it said home of the whatever time state champion. And going down Virginia Avenue, there is a sign from the city of College Park that recognizes Woodward Academy's multiple state championships. So I was hopeful that you all would consider something in East Point, maybe close to the school, that recognizes the 3 times that Tri-Cities High School has won a state championship for this community. The sign that recognizes Woodward Academy is right in front of Mellow Mushroom on Virginia Avenue.
Right.
Thank you.
Go by lights, council.
So I'm not sure, are we still doing the street toppers, or like the things on top of street signs, or?
So we do those for like changing street names, but I think he's talking more kind of like I'd say plaque for lack of a better word, but it's like a square sign.
A banner.
Oh, so I would not be opposed to us having some type of sign that acknowledges they've won. This was the 3rd one in a row.
No, 2019, 2022, and 2025. Every 3 years, it seems.
I feel like either we do it in front of the high school or wherever. I feel like we need to acknowledge.
Yeah, and go ahead. I'm sorry. Somebody else has.
No, but
Councilman Mitchell.
That's not too expensive. I feel like that's not going to be too expensive.
Thank you for your consideration.
Yeah. So I would like to make a motion if we can have some type of sign that was put up to acknowledge that. I'm not sure if we want to do it in front of Tri-Cities, but.
So let's do the motion and then we can do discussion about it.
For sure. So I would like to make a
motion to approve signage recognizing the championship for Tri-Cities High School.
So move.
Second.
Then moving properly second. Any discussion?
Yes.
Councilmember Mitchell, and then Shropshire, and Martin Rogers.
I'm done. So
Okay.
it was seconded. So sorry.
Councilmember Shropshire.
I believe, if my memory serves me correctly, there were a sign the first time, and I think it might have been leading up to the school when you turn on Norman Berry. If you turn off Norman Berry, going past the Recreation Center, I think it was a banner right there.
That banner was above, right next to Jefferson, and ran over the top of the street. The wind came and kind of blew it away for a little while. Let me show you may I show you what I'm speaking of?
So, pass it to the clerk, and she'll just pass it down.
Yes, ma'am.
You don't, like, post it on that top of one of your phone.
Oh, so you would prefer this?
That
than the
stays,
banner?
that remains. That remains for
Pass it
small
down.
kids to see, for people who are not from our community as they drive through.
Okay.
They see it
Okay.
over a period of time.
That's fine.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Because I remember the banner being up.
Yes, ma'am. And there was one right here in front of City Hall, too.
Yeah, when they
Yeah,
did
we'll
the
do that
parade.
again as a part of the
Yes, ma'am.
parade.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure was.
All right. Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Yes, I wanted to say that I'm not opposed to signage, but I think it should be in front of Tri-Cities High School, but also maybe in another high traffic area so that everyone can see it. I mean, maybe one sign, I don't know, maybe two, but one should definitely be in another high traffic area so that, I mean, our gateway signage, that's something that we can think about or talk about, discuss further, but I'm not opposed to the signage, but I think that everyone It needs to be located so that anyone coming and going through the city of East Point know that we got some champions in this city. So.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And actually, Councilmember Martin Rogers, she echoed my sentiments that I think it should be in a more high-traffic area. So I'm liking Virginia Avenue and Camp Creek Parkway. So I yield.
Councilmember Freely.
I agree with that. I think, in front of the school, I think the school would probably do that anyway. So I think at our gateways, entryways is a really good idea. I'd also suggest possibly making the sign in such a way that anticipating future championships, that years can simply be added.
Yeah, go on and claim it. I like it. Councilmember Butler.
Thank you.
I was going to recommend that we offer staff the ability to work with the coach in Tri-City to determine what the best place is. So if we just give them the authority to work with.
City Clerk, could you read the motion back, please? I don't remember what I said.
The motion was, because Mitchell amended his motion to approve staff to plan, coordinate, and help execute the parade.
No, then we made one on the sign.
Okay, let's see. Sorry. Motion to approve signage, recognizing, then I put listen because I had looked away.
So I think if we approve the signage tonight, that gives staff the authority to work on it, and maybe you all can come back to us at the April work session with some ideas of types of signage and possible locations for us to discuss and consider. I think that will take all of council comments into consideration and give us time to be able to look at it. I mean, the parade will happen before then, and then the signs will be permanent markers. And so we'll take a little bit more time on that. So our April, what's the work session date in April? I'll share it with you all now so you all can, second Monday, April 14th. So between now and then, you all can work around that and bring that back to us. But the motion to approve it will give staff the authority to go ahead and work with you all to plan it.
Thank you all very much.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. There we have it. We're going to have a parade and signs in a way that we can add more years. In my excitement about champions and championship and the energy of our youth in the building tonight, I forgot to start the meeting off by recognizing our new city manager, Redmond Jones, who's joined us. He started on March the 5th, and because we didn't have a council meeting last week, this is his first council meeting with us, but he hit the ground sprinting on March 5th, and so definitely want to welcome you. Again, I got excited by the kids and literally was like, he's not been here before. So I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Jones, if you want to say some make some initial remarks.
Thank you, Mayor. This has been a whirlwind, but also a really great honor, and I actually prepared a little bit of a speech, if I can just have your...
Make sure you lean into the mic so we can make sure that the people here and online hear it.
Well, good evening, residents of East Point. It is with great honor and deep sense of responsibility that I am before you today as a newly appointed city manager. I am grateful for this opportunity to serve such a dynamic community full of potential. First and foremost, I want to express my sincere gratitude to the mayor and to the city council for placing trust in my leadership. I also want to acknowledge the hard work and dedication of the city employees who have worked hard to keep the government running through this very challenging transition. To the residents of East Point, I want to assure you that I take responsibility seriously and will work tirelessly on your behalf. East Point is a city with a rich history and a bright future. It is a place where community spirit thrives, as we just saw earlier this evening, where businesses grow, where families build their lives. I recognize that, and like all communities, we face challenges, but I know that we have the incredible opportunity ahead of us. Together, we will enhance innovation, enhance public safety, improve infrastructure, and assure responsible fiscal management to support smart growth. My vision and my tenure in East Point is to be rooted in collaboration, transparency, and community engagement. I believe that with the strong and successful government is built upon open dialogue with its people that it serves. I encourage every resident to share their ideas, their voices, their concerns, and be active participants in shaping the city's future. I'm open to that. My door is open. Your input will be invaluable as we work together to make East Point a model for effective government and inclusive process. As we move forward, my administration will prioritize economic development, quality city services, and strategic planning. We will focus on maintaining a balanced budget, investing in critical infrastructure, and ensuring that every neighborhood feels the benefit of our collaborative, collective, and citizen-connected growth. It is my hope to work with the mayor and city council to strengthen partnerships with businesses, nonprofits, and regional stakeholders to create more opportunity for all of us. I am humbled at the opportunity to lead this great city and eager to roll up my sleeves and get to work. With your support, I have no doubt that we will make East Point even greater place to live, play, and visit. Thank you for your trust. Thank you for helping us move forward, and I'm dedicated to bring integrity to this, to my office and to the city staff. Together, we can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. So, welcome, welcome, welcome. As I said, you've hit the ground sprinting. It's only been, just less than 2 weeks, but you've been to community meetings and done presentations and really been doing the work. So we appreciate what you've been doing so far to lead the city and look forward to your continued leadership of our great city. We now, Mr. Jones will have the presentation from Public Works, Transportation, T-Splice, LMIG, and GDOT project updates. So I'll turn it over to you to introduce staff.
Thank you. We'll have staff give that presentation. Jeffrey Reeves. I'm still working on names, so I may say director.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This evening, we're coming to you with this presentation will be our quarterly presentation that we'd like to have to give you an update, a thorough update where we are with our transportation projects, which include T-Spots, LMIG, GDOT projects, sidewalk projects, and also to give you a little update on where we have come within the last 5 years. So this evening I have with me is our Assistant Department Head Director, Mr. Cadell Hall, who's also our Transportation Manager. Then also we have Ms. Chardonnay Fenton, our Transportation Engineer, and they'll be prepared to present the transportation update to you this evening.
Good evening. Again, I'm Cadell Hall, the Assistant Public Works Director, and my co-worker, Ms. Chardonnay Fenton. We want to start by giving a brief update of our T-SPLOST projects from fiscal year, or our transportation projects from FY18 through current. We started with FY18 because that was the year of the T-SPLOST being voted in, the project starting from that point. We have a total of 22 centerline miles of resurfacing completed, 15 miles of sidewalks completed that were T-SPLOST funded during this time. We have our local maintenance improvements grants, which is LMEG. We have over 13 miles of resurfacing completed and 2.5 miles of sidewalks completed. We have a summary of this listed in our in the council packet. For the sake of skimming down the presentation, we just included the stats. You can go back and review all of the data. And during that time, we also completed 16 installed traffic calming projects, and these are projects that are actually approved and have been installed on the ground. And I'll let Ms. Fenton give an update of our projects.
All right, good evening. So I'm going to go ahead and go through all our active construction projects and design projects for our transportation office. We're going to go ahead and start with our L Circle and Washington Road project. Our contractors are scheduled to start asphalt resurfacing and also asphalt placement on both L Circle and Washington Road. Ben Hill Road sidewalk project, our contractor will be finishing up sidewalk. Project should be completed probably by the end of this month, give and take that with cleaning and final inspection and acceptance. We have our traffic calming projects that will actually start this week on Winburn and Sir Henry. This also includes Catalina, which will be on our next page. Our curb ramp corrections, this is where we're going through the city and finding that our curb ramps do not meet ADA compliance. We are to start 10 locations. This is our second group this week. This project will continue for the rest of the year. We have our resurfacing project, which includes Washington Road, North Commerce, and Center Parkway. This project, we do expect delays. We ask for patience and also for everyone to add 5 to 10 minutes to their travel time. This project, will probably last 45 days, depending upon weather, but it will be a little hectic, so I just want to let everyone know that. Next is our downtown project. As you all may have seen, we are currently demolishing roadway and putting up concrete in certain areas. We do have some utility works still going on. Our traffic calming is on Catalina and Dotson Drive, which is due to start in May. This will be a sidewalk project. We still are waiting for Comcast and AT&T to relocate their lines onto one of the poles that would be in conflict with the sidewalk, but we are still a go with our contractor. Our Janus Drive intersection improvement project will be another major project. It's a realignment of the road. This will cause more traffic issues. It's due to start in May. We'll give more detail on that on our city's website as we get closer to that time. For our Sylvan Road sidewalk project, that's going to start in September. We have a lot of utility work that's going on. We have to relocate 11 poles, which means power, and Comcast and AT&T have to move their lines. Kudos to Power. They have already placed a lot of the poles, new poles, and once they get those other poles in, they'll be moving their lines, and Comcast and AT&T can go ahead and move in. We have our Irene Kidd Bridge joint repair. This is more of a maintenance project. There may be some impact, but that's due to start in April. Next, we have our design projects. Majority of these projects will go out for advertisement for construction next fiscal year. Majority of them will sum up, if they're not already completed, by June. We have our traffic calming project. This is on Church Street, East Point Street, West Taylor, and Harrison Road. This project will include resurfacing as well. There'll be some slight traffic calming placement to help with the speeding and also drainage corrections on West Taylor. We also have our Desert Drive resurfacing project. We have our Sylvan Road North sidewalk project. Design is complete for that one. We also have our Washington Road and Hammershaw Drive intersection project. This includes adding a left turn lane to help with the backup with buses going into the school area.
We also have our multimodal. This is currently going to go into negotiations with the consultant that won the bid. We have our GDOT managed Welcome Road project. Design is supposed to be completed in February 2026. And we have our Connolly Drive sidewalk project. Design is complete. I just want to remind everyone that all this information can be found on the city's website. If you go to Public Works, click on Transportation, and then go to Transportation Projects.
Thank you. So with the other updates, we want to kind of touch on our resurfacing that we have scheduled for T-Splosh. And again, I want to kind of go over how we pick the streets that we resurface. We have a pavement condition index that we go by that ranks the roads from low to high, from 0 to 100. We have a pavement plan that kind of has a combination of roads that are in good condition that need to be some mild treatment, as well as bad roads that need to be resurfaced. So we, along with that, and combining our T-Splosh 1 projects that kind of carried over into the cycle, we created 3 large projects that we're putting out to bid. We kind of got them into 3 separate groups. So we have Group A, which is primarily of streets in Ward A and C. It's a total of, go to the bottom, I think around 15 miles. So we have this group kind of logistically in areas so that it makes sense, combine those projects all together so that one contractor can get this one specific group. Sorry, this is Group B. Yes, that's Group A. Sorry, now we can go to Group B as well. It's around, both of them are around 15 miles. Resurfacing, this one's primarily Ward B, some C, and some D. And we have a final group that we put together for a method that they call hot in place recycling, which is a treatment which is kind of for streets that are a little more better condition. It's a little milder treatment, a little more cost effective and efficient for these streets. We put together a third group, Group C, which is around 11 miles of resurfacing. And all of this is in the agenda packet as well. And we want to kind of go over some of our other initiatives that we're working on, aside from the T-Splosh projects and the resurfacing. We have the Gateway and Wayfinding project, which we presented to council, the designs. We're putting in our budget request, and if approved, we'll be coming back to start the first couple of phases of that project, which includes the gateway signs for downtown, as well as some of the major landmark wayfinding signs. So we'll be coming back presenting, if approved, to begin the phases of the project that we plan on beginning. We're also working with East Point Power on improving some of our signalized intersections. This is a joint effort with us. East Point Power came to us and said, hey, we want to put up mast arms at some of these locations. And us giving our recommendations, upgrading the intersection is more than just putting the signal in. It requires, improving the pedestrian facilities, the ramps, the sidewalks, and everything. So we're kind of working together to beautify and upgrade some of our intersections. We also plan on this upcoming fiscal year doing a bike and ped master plan, where we will get an analysis of all of our existing sidewalks, our ramps, our paths, our trails that we have planned, and get a plan for not only repairing the existing, but for where future locations are needed. We have GDOT has a rail crossing project at Bayard Street rail crossing. It's already approved. They're just acquiring the final parcels they need to put up to improve the rail crossing at Bayard Street near Central Avenue. So we've been working with them on reviewing the plans and making sure they have the property and the rights they need. Also, the Flint River Gateway Trail Grant, more than $28 million of it was awarded to East Point Projects. We went through the first round of evaluations with the Atlanta Regional Commission, but due to some of the things that are going on at the federal level, they kind of put it on hold for now, but they're still planning on moving forward when everything's given the okay. And last, myself and especially Ms. Fenton have been working with MARTA on the Cleveland Avenue ART, which is a aerial rapid transit, which is kind of like a rail service, but a bus, a line would have frequent stops at transit stops along Cleveland Avenue, going up to Metropolitan Avenue. They'll be upgrading all the stops and the amenities, as well as the Safe Routes to Transit program that MARTA has. They've been presenting to us stops in East Point that need upgrades, such as crossing beacons, flashing beacons, and upgraded intersections. So those are some of our other initiatives that we've been working on. So at this point, we'll turn it over to any questions or comments you have.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Councilmember Butler.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank Mr. Reeves, thank your department for your presentation. I have a couple of questions. And so you probably know what they are. So the first question is the L Circle realignment. I have two questions. The first one is, you mentioned that the repaving the paving is going to start. Now, will it be starting by the end of this month or complete by the end of this month?
So right now, we just met this morning. This is give you a status of everything that's going on. We work with the water department. We had to install new water lines in the new roadway, so they're working on transitioning from the old lines to the new ones, as well as some hydrants. That's going to take some street cuts they have to do. The contractor also had to have a surveyor come out this week to get the elevations of the road correct before they start milling and paving it. So they're working on that this week. So they should start doing the first 2 layers of asphalt this week. Should see them out there working on that. And they're doing that so that the company who's installing the guardrails on the project can have a firm base on the road to set their equipment. So they'll come in, start the first layers of asphalt, put the guardrails in, then they'll come back with the final paving and widening the street. So we should be having all the paving completed this month. Once we get to a point where they pave the streets, we've had all the compaction and all the road testing and everything, we're putting out correspondence and change the signs with an exact date of when the road will actually be open.
Based upon that, do you have a rough estimate?
We're shooting for the construction to be completed. Like I said, at that point, we'll probably put out another 14-day notice to actually open the road, like I said, to finish all the maintenance of the roadway, testing and everything. So I would say first couple of weeks of next month before it's actually open.
So mid-April?
Yes.
So does this also include the repaving of the entire L Circle?
No, it only includes the portion of Washington Road and the L Circle, the new alignment of L Circle, not the entire road.
So when do you repave L Circle?
It was on one of the groups of lists of streets that we have here for the upcoming paving projects. We're going to pave the rest of L Circle. So
I just want to convey expectations that have been conveyed to me by the residents. The residents of that street expect for repaving to start once you've completed that alignment, and trying to explain to them that this is not going to happen because the street has been damaged because of water work is going to be very difficult. I need to be able to communicate definitive timelines to make appropriate expectations. And I'm not getting that, and I need that from you. I need the repaving of L Circle to be a priority for several reasons. I'll just give 2. Because of the realignment and because of the nature of the realignment, i.e. it being closed for so long, and the fact that the street is very rough. And it's been communicated that that street will be repaved. So I need answers to those questions. Does that sound fair?
Yes, that sounds fair. I'll give you a timeline on the paving project, which we just discussed with all the streets. We're getting this out to our procurement team on the 19th, which is this week, to advertise on the 26th of this month. It'll go out to bid for construction. That's a 30-day period in which we get the bids back. And at that time, we'll be coming back to council to present to award the contractors for the project. So that's a 2-3 month period there to get everything awarded. And at that time, we'll start getting the schedules for the project, and we can have more accurate timelines on when they'll be paving individual streets.
Here's a second excuse me, part 2. We have slated for a lot of speed deterrent devices in the form of speed tablets. Per this presentation, it seems as if we have a lot. My concern is if we continue to install speed tables all over the places that have been defined in this presentation, and in addition, that police and fire, excuse me, police and fire, their response time would be diminished. How are we accounting for that? And, excuse me, I understand the process, and I understand the residents' concern about speeding. But are there any other ways to help deter that, as opposed to continue to we can't be a city full of speed bumps? And so that's what my concern is.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Atkins, Martin Rogers, and Shropshire, but Alicia might.
Councilman Butler, in reference to the timeline of slowing down emergency vehicles, Fire Chief and I discussed last week, see if he can put together some type of test run compared to time, so we can actually have some type of timetable how things really run, like a trial run, to see areas where we don't have traffic calming devices like speed humps compared to other areas with similar timeline as far as driving and similar mileage from a certain destination point. So he hasn't gotten back with me on that, but also Chardonnay has another option that we could use in reference to traffic speed humps.
And to show you my understanding of the problem, I understand. I get phone calls every day about speed humps. And you guys are getting those calls, and then you're responding to what we're responding to. So I appreciate your response, and I understand that. What I'm asking is because if we have to start educating the public that speed tables aren't the only way to slow down traffic, then I think we need to start to have that conversation. Because, and I understand, I'm totally empathetic and sympathetic to the problem. I've gone down L Circle, slowed down for the speed table, and had people to go around me. And my neighbors, they want the traffic to slow down. But I think that we haven't appropriately shared with them, if we slow down this traffic, then when you need emergency response, then it's going to be slowed down too. And so, and the chief has done a great job in policing. Maybe this is a place where we need to start to and have more police patrols to stop the speeding. And people are beginning to see police down Washington Road all the time. And so there may be some other ways that we need to do the speed deterrent without just placing speed bumps everywhere, because at one point it becomes saturated and becomes dangerous for people.
I agree with you 100%. My goal is not to put speed humps everywhere, but where it's needed and where we have evidence and engineering backing to place them. We do have speed cushions, which cars will be impacted, but not emergency vehicles. They're able to drive. The wheels openings are allow for emergency vehicles to go through without being impacted, but regular vehicle cars won't be able just to go through. I'm sorry. When we say traffic calming, it doesn't necessarily mean speed humps or tables. Traffic calming can be non-intrusive.
You can have your flashing beacons. You can re-stripe a road, and that'll change everything well. Or a simple streetscape, just beautifying the area, and that will help as well with alleviating the speed. And that's what we're planning on doing in places like East Point Street and Harrison Road. We're not planning on putting anything that will be intrusive, but will help with alleviating speed. So I agree with you, and that's not our goal. We want to keep traffic moving, not use speed humps to stop traffic. That's not their purpose of a speed hump or speed table.
Thank you.
Councilmember Atkins.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Director Reeves, Mr. Hall, and Ms. Fenton. Mr. Hall, I know you'll, Councilman Butler asked a lot of my questions about L Circle because I probably send you an email every week about L Circle because the residents are always reaching out. And I heard Ms. Fenton talk about, and also you, Mr. Hall, the asphalt resurfacing that's going to start this week. I'm assuming that that's going to be through a third-party contractor. Is that correct?
Yes, the contractor has a sub that comes in and does the paving. My prime contractor who's doing the overall contract brings in his asphalt sub contractor.
So when we say this week, when they tell you like a week that they're going to work, do they give you a specific date? And the reason I'm asking that question is that when I get the questions from residents, then I try to give them as much information as I can regarding those projects. So is there a date this week that we know that they're going to start that work?
So we were just having a meeting today, this morning. I'm still trying to get the information as we speak. As we get a definite day and where they'll be at and where they'll be impacted, we'll make sure we get that information to council, mayor, as well as distribute it out to the public. So I don't have their plan yet. They may just be working on their realignment, so traffic may not be impacted yet. But they may be working on Washington Road, so I want to get their plan of action and so I can get the accurate information out.
Okay. I also know because that work has been so prolonged in that area where L Circle is, and we've had some bad weather, that there's now a lot of potholes, and so there's potential for car damage in that area as well. So do they have a plan to mitigate some of that?
So we just had the potholes filled in, the major ones that were on Washington Road last Friday afternoon. So they should all be filled in now, the potholes that were there.
Okay.
The water, just to speak in case you rode by the site, the water that's ponding on the side of the road, that's because the road's not up to its final elevation, so it can't drain in the drain yet, sorry. So they're going to be pumping the water out before they pave to get the road up to the correct level where it can drain. So the water won't pond there after the work is complete.
Okay. In one of our previous email exchanges, you had talked about a part of the delay was the realignment of some water lines.
Yes.
And so are those all complete and done now?
Yes, the lines are complete. What I was referring to earlier was transitioning over and capping the old lines and then starting the service onto the new lines to the residents. So the Water and Sewer Department and engineers met with the contractor, myself today, to go over that process. So they're working on that in conjunction with the paving because that needs to be done first.
Okay.
So they're doing that this week too.
But the lines are in.
Yes,
They're done.
they're
Okay.
in.
All right. Thank you for that information. The other question that I have, I know Ms. Fenton talked about traffic calming for Winburn Drive and Sir Henry Street. And so I know that those are deep into residential communities, both Williamsburg and the Jefferson Park community. So what would be the communication plan? I know in a lot of the information that you provided us, you talked about delays and inconveniences. So how do we, in addition to putting it on the website or doing it on social media for folks who don't have social media, how would we communicate those inconveniences for the residents along those corridors?
Our contract actually passed out all notification that I provided to them to every person that lives on the street for that road. So for Catalina, for Winburn, and for Sir Henry, all residents should have received notification that they will be starting work this week, Wednesday. And also, they have contact information at the bottom of the flyer, just in case they have any questions.
All right. That was going to be my other question because that was this week. It was going to start, but it's going to be on Wednesday.
Yes.
So they've given that contract just
depending on weather, yes.
Okay. All right. And then the other question is, I saw that you have three groups.
One more thing. When we say Wednesday, it doesn't necessarily mean that all those streets will start on Wednesday. They will start construction because one contractor and one crew that's going to go street to street to street and do work. Okay. So we will have our inspector notify, again, residents, letting them know, hey, that we're coming, we're going to start tomorrow, we're going to start next week at your location.
But they are giving those notices to the residents on those roads that are affected, correct?
We already gave them that notification, but also too, just another notification that we're getting ready to stage for the next street. So it may take us a week to complete Winburn, and then they will then move their equipment and go to the next location. That's all.
Okay. You also presented, I think, groups A, B, and C, correct? It's just those three groups? And are those in groups by priority or by dates that they will be done, or what was the impetus of putting the different groups together?
To break it up, it's so large of a list of projects, they didn't want to try to award it to one contractor because it would just take them so much time. So kind of put them by location and ward, kind of combine them by maybe C and A, if they're close together, kind of group them by vicinity. So kind of to break it up and just kind of where they're located as well.
Okay, so it's
going to be more than one contractor. We're going to be like 3 separate contracts working, not just one contractor.
Okay, thank you. That makes sense. So it's not really by priority. It's just really by geographic location and what makes sense for them to be together for that contractor to bid on those projects, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so we don't have any dates for those yet. We just have the list of those. Is that right?
We're putting all these 3 of these out at the same time. Like I said, hopefully by the 26th is the next date for the advertisement newspaper we got from contracts and procurement, and it'll go out for 30 days. So we're putting all these out simultaneously.
Okay. And Washington Road is on that list as well?
The Washington Road is a part of a GDOT funded project. That is on the list. Washington Road, North Commerce, and Center Parkway. That contract is going to be starting in May.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That concludes my questions. Thank you.
All right.
Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And I, too, have concerns about L Circle, but my concerns simply stem from the residents that live there. I've been in talks with the Merriweathers. I got a call last week about damage to property, and I mentioned this to our city manager, that those residents that live right on that Ward D side, right in that little alcove in that really large house on the back of L Circle, we need someone to contact them before this project is complete for any damages that they may see on their property, because that has just been the major concern for the homeowners. Sand in the piping. One lady contacted me last week. She said she had a plumber come out and put the snake in, and he advised her that there was sand. So I would like to see maybe our city manager and the Public Works Department just contact those. It's about 6 houses right there, including the larger house on the back end of L Circle. Please reach out to those residents before this project is complete and have them inspect their property or write down anything that could be a potential impact in the future to their property. I also wanted to say, and I should have said this first, but thank you so much for your presentation. Have we thought about grooves in the road instead of speed cushions? They have grooves in the road near Banneker High School to stop with speeding, and they're just little white squares that kind of just slow you down if you're going too fast. But they're grooves in the road.
Start with your first question. We definitely can follow up with the residents on L Circle. We've been in contact with the Merriweathers, but we can make sure we follow up with everyone to see what's been impacted.
Thank you.
And the second question, the grooves, I think you're referring to like rumble strips. Those are good on like high volume roads that aren't residential, but in a residential area, the concern is the noise for the houses that they pass by. So they're not a good option for a street that's residential.
Okay, and then my last question or input, I know that I've been in contact with the Public Works Department, but the restriping in Camp Creek. And I also wanted to mention, if you guys, do you think that you could collaborate with the City of Atlanta and then we do one restriping at one time so that it doesn't look so bad as if one side of that marketplace is done? And I don't know what that looks like, but the lines are gone.
So we did assign that work to one of our on-call construction.
Okay.
So that is a part of the other location on Normanberry. So we're still waiting for the cost estimate for it, but she knows that that's her task. So we probably see it completed maybe this summer when weather gets better, because we can't put down striping when it's too cold.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But if you could work with the city of Atlanta, maybe we can get them on board, but if not, that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. I have a couple of questions. For the other end of Delowe, from, I can't remember, but it's right there by Christ Lutheran Church, going to Washington Road.
Montrose.
Montrose, yes. So is that on the list to be paid? Because I know you're doing Ben Hill now. So do you have a date as to when all of that will start?
I think that was on the first list, but yes, that is one of the areas. And we want to, when we do get this awarded, we definitely want to prioritize some of those streets where we did sidewalks already, come back and finish the paving. Portions of Headland, Ben Hill, Delowe Drive, the part you mentioned, all those should be here for us to complete.
Okay. And my next question is this, Meadow Lock. Is it, and that's Ward C. Is it anything, because they've talked about speeding, especially right in the curve, and I think it's Meadowlark Lane. I can't remember the street name, but it's right there where they're by I can't think of her last name. Miss Sandra has had the water department to come out about her stormwater in that curve right there near her house. And if you go down and make that left, the curve right in there on that street where someone got hit because of the drunk driver and speeding. And I know they talked about speeding throughout Meadowlark Lane. I think they speed because the subdivision backs up to Sykes Park. So I think people use that as a cut through. So are you all looking at putting any traffic calming device in there to cut down on the speeding, paving the streets? Because I know they talked about it several times about speed traffic device and street paving, road paving.
We haven't looked at it to date. I think we've done some small in-house analysis in the past, but if they would like to submit like a petition to us that we can formally look at it as a traffic calming, we can do that. But we haven't considered speed humps there to date.
Okay. Well, is it any streets on the list in Meadowlark that needs to be paved?
I think Meadowlark may be up there. I'm not sure all the streets off the top of my head at the moment that are in the community, but I'm sure Meadowlark is up there.
Because I know they were on the first T-Splash.
What was it now?
They was on the first list.
Okay.
And you got, is that Marbury Street? That's right off of Conley, right? You have Ward C, that's Ward A. Yeah. Yeah, okay.
I think I was typing them off of my memory. I need to go back and double check.
That's why I looked and said, wait a minute. But yeah, okay. If you could just let me know about that, and I can let them know, because they bring it up at their neighborhood meeting about that.
Okay. And we'll make sure, now that we've got this finalized, we'll make sure that all this information is available online to the public.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Good evening. Thank you so much for your presentation. Question. So something that I've noticed is sometimes it's hard to communicate the progress that we're doing. And I think in one of the previous slides, you showed a pie chart of the ratings of our city. I think it would be good to show quarterly that pie chart change over time. To show the progress that we're making. I think that'd be an easy way to show the public what it is that y'all are doing. And then if yeah, we can have the presentation sent out as well. That would be really helpful. And I think that I also have this as agenda item number 7, but we can not do that because we're just doing it here. So that'd be great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for your presentation. 2 areas. Well, Councilmember Shropshire, she asked questions about Meadowlark, and the next one is Rockwood. Earlier last year, they did a major infrastructure, some piping that went through there where they dug down about maybe 10 feet or whatever. So they kind of patched it back there, and then they did something up at the top of Rockwood and Hogan and that area. But it's just kind of, the street is, it's a really bad street to ride down, and there's some divots that are in it. So I know there was one where you kind of scroll down, and I didn't see if Rockwood was on there or no.
It should be on the list.
To be resurfaced.
Go down. Keep on down, Rockwood.
No, it's not on there.
It's not. I make sure. That was one we definitely wanted to include because it's.
It's really bad.
Yeah, I apologize. So we definitely want to make sure it's updated because
Okay.
that was one of the priorities. I know the road was in bad condition.
No worries. And the last one, the intersection of Camp Creek and Washington Road, right at the light, there's some areas, there's some potholes, I guess, where it's kind of kicked out, and you can see parts of the road that are in there. I don't know if Camp Creek is considered like a major something, or is that what East Point would handle, or?
That's the state's maintenance. We
So,
reported
okay.
to them last weekend as well as this morning too. Reported to them
Because
again.
it just sort of
So,
kicks
yeah.
out, and I think like a truck went by and like kicked some of the rocks out. But then you can see, I think there are 2 potholes, 2 that are there now, and you can just see like right next to them where the road just kind of broke away and it's there on the side.
They've responded back that they were going to jump on it, so hopefully they get on it soon.
Okay.
We did report it to the state though.
Okay, so that is a state. Good. Okay, thank you. I yield, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you so much for your presentation. Because item number 7 is a agenda item and we have public comments, I'm going to just have you guys come back in a little bit if you have additional information for number 7, T-Splash sidewalk updates, or was that included in this?
It was all included. This was our update for everything.
Okay. All righty. Thank you so much. Next up, Mr. Jones, Public Works Illegal Dumping and Litter Pickup Program update. Press your button on your mic.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, Council. Next, we'll have our Public Works Director, Jeffrey Reeves, gives an update on that.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Today I wanted to come to you to provide an update on our 30, 60, 90-day, 1-year litter and illegal dumping program. It's kind of an update on where we are, what direction we're going, to talk about the partnership we've made with Fulton County Schools. So, of course, this is our 30, 60, 90 litter illegal program dumping. Next. All our departments that are involved, we've spoke with Code Enforcement, Police Department. We're working right now with our Communications Department, developing a program to submit to the schools so we can work with our logo and some type of theme that we want to do with the schools. Next. Just our signage, some of our signs that we have located out there. We hired a program coordinator, which was in this budget. We have a 10 persons litter team that goes out every day, and they address litter every day around the city. We're fully staffed. Thanks. We've connected with Fulton County Schools promoting the no littering and illegal dumping program. We have some additional signs that we'll be ordering. We're monitoring some of our illegal dumping areas where you'll see some pictures where we made some clearing and some things that we're doing to try to prevent those areas from getting dumped at. I've met with one of our city marketers or marketers to talk about how we want to market our this litter program, reference with billboards or things of the sorts like that. Followed up with our media IT departments to post marketing materials. We're trying to protect our illegal dumping areas. Fulton County Schools Partnership. We're working with, of course, when we first started off, one of my ideals was to work with a school that we've been working with, but we got with Fulton County School administrators over at Fulton County Schools, and we've been able to connect with all 7 schools that are associated with the city of East Point. Some of the suggestions that we've had, we met last month and we met again this month. We'll have another monthly meeting going into the summer. We'll have some other plans to do some things in reference to with the students at the schools, elementary to high school. One of our goals is to meet, have something done with the students during spring break. I've talked to our parks director, and he has a program that he does for spring break. We want to try to maybe get with the children sometime then and maybe try to create some type of poster signing or something like that as well. So that's something we want to work with. But as you see, some of the things that some of the suggestions came out of our meeting were community cleanup events, educational campaigns, video competition, adopt a spot program, recycling drives, next page, art projects, partnership with local businesses, environmental clubs, incentive programs. East Point Communication Department staff will create we're right now working on a request for a logo or theme with the students at Tri-City. And again, we said work with our marketing department to create a illegal dumping program. These are some of the areas that you see where there's been dumping at. Go back. This right here is off of West Ferris and Pollard. It's just a clearing through from Pollard, West Ferris over to Harris Road, which runs off of right by the Piggly Wiggly. It's Piggly Wiggly, yeah, Piggly Wiggly. So you see we've already cleaned up half the area, and this is some of the stuff that you see that's at this end. We couldn't get through there because there was a car parked there. So we're cleaning that out. And then in a couple other pictures, you'll see that same area where some dumping is going on. This is dumping that we had to address over off of South Commerce, right by one of the hotels there, just right on the main drag. So this is the other end of that path that you saw. You see we have these poles there. We didn't really want to close it off because the people still walk through there. We don't really want to do a path for safety reasons and identify it as a city project, but we did want to make sure that people still had access to be able to walk through to go back and forth to Washington Road. So you see we had the poles that we are putting in the grounds, and it's one of our dumpsters over there is filled up, so you see all that we cleared, the brush and everything out. So part of our things that we do when we go into these areas where there's dumping is we try to clear the brush back, the overgrowth, so we can have access so people can see they can't hide. So a lot of that is where we cleared off the brush. This is the area off of Lyle, off of Harris in Ward B. That house that you see right there in the corner in the far left, that's the beginning of Lyle. And then when you drive down Lyle, you can see where our tree department has already started cutting the tree. All that trees and shrubbery stuff was going onto the road. You couldn't even see going down through there. So they were going down that road and going into the cul-de-sac, which is the far right, and dumping. So where I'm at right now with this picture, that's coming back towards the road. I went back on some of our GIS, and there was houses all down through there. So hopefully we can get with our code enforcement department. They can find out who owns the property to see what they're doing with it, and then get with whomever might be able to get some people to want to come in and buy the property, create a housing right there. because Lyle is it is a street, and we just trying to get our part, just get it cleaned up, make it some kind of acceptable. This is off of, this is Linda Avenue, which runs at the you go to dead end of DeLoe from another end of Washington Road to the dead end. This is kind of like a drive-through, and just in the recent months, they have started dumping down there, so we went through there and cleaned it up. It's kind of like an alley kind of thing, so we took some asphalt that we had, some of our leftover recycled asphalt, started putting it down there because our sanitation trucks, they do come through and come back around from Pollard back onto DeLoe. This area, as you see, might be familiar to some of you. This is Akron and Washington Avenue. We have been having tires dumped down over there, just people coming up in there. So since we placed these pillars in there, we really haven't had that problem in the last several months. So it is a deterrent, and we'll get some more signage up there about no dumping. I didn't have it in this, but we have a company. I was going to trying to work with Chief. He has some temporary cameras, but I know he's a busy person, and his cameras move around. We're in the process of meeting with a company that has some cameras that we can have to move to different places and set them up so we can make sure we monitor the illegal dumping in those areas. That was our presentation update for today.
Thank you for your presentation,
Yes,
Councilmember
ma'am.
Atkins.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that, Director Reeves. My question is, you touched on this a little bit in your presentation. How much, in terms of the illegal dumping cleanups, how much of that is actually happening on private property?
It happens on private property, but a lot of the areas are right at the edge of it. Like they won't go, we will have a right of way, and then they won't go dump down where the private property might pick up, mostly vacant properties or wooded areas. So most of it is within our right of ways that we go get.
So we're not really going deep into those properties where most of it is on the rights of way, and the city then has control of some of those rights of way.
That's what we call code enforcement in, to try to find those property owners where the dumping is going on to see if they can get it fenced off or whatever they might do with their properties.
Okay. And I was asking that question because it seemed like some of it was a little further beyond. What is that, 6 feet is the right of way? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So it looks like some
10
of that
feet.
was,
We usually do a 10 feet where off the curb line.
was maybe a bit beyond that. And so if it were private property, my question was really then how do we recoup those dollars from cleaning up? Because in essence, we're cleaning up someone else's private property.
So, excuse me, that's a very good question. So last week, I believe we had an area that someone dumped on a private property. And it was kind of like somebody had an automotive shop, because there was a bunch of empty oil cans, or, the quart cans, and a bunch of paperwork. So, our staff was going to go pick it up or call sanitation, and I was like, no, they need to go out there, because this is somebody who has some type of business or doing something, and potentially one of those cans might be able to take it somewhere and scan it and see if there's who might have bought it. Now they're dumping in our area. So when we do have stuff that's on private property, we do call code enforcement. If it's a wooded area, we try to go down there and get it. And most of those folks are out of state. Like there was an area that Councilmember Martin had, we've been monitored, but Dr. Martin Rogers had brought to our attention once before, where we had, mounds and mounds of tires about a year ago. And we contacted the property owner. He was out of state. But it just was such a environmental issue. We did have to go pull those tires out, and it cost us in the range of about $20,000, $30,000 to get those tires disposed of. And this person is out of state, and he's, if you don't go get them, they say no, we're not coming back to do anything.
So in instances like that, we're using the taxpayer dollars. These are eyesores in our communities.
Yes, sir.
And the landlord is out of state, so we're using $20,000, $30,000 that we could potentially use on maintaining sidewalks or doing a lot of other things. And the landlord, the property owner, just gets that cleanup for free. Do you also work with the law department to see what we might be able to do in terms of any liens or any kind of way to go back and get those dollars that you've used to clean up that property?
And that's where code enforcement and the sanitation department has a code enforcement officer. That's where they come in, and that's where their enforcement starts there. That's just part of our program as well. They're the legal part that goes to the law department and issue citations to these people. And with this property itself, the one I just talked about, and actually I checked it today, and it's pretty clean, haven't come back. But with this particular piece of property, it's really not even I don't know how sometimes people they get properties. I don't know what reason why, but this is really not even a buildable property. It's more of a utility easement because there's some power lines down through there. So it's really not even buildable. So when you have landlords like that own these properties, they don't care. They don't care. So.
Okay. Yes, I hope that there could be some great coordination with legal, because I don't know if we can do liens, and if they attempt to sell the property, then there's already a lien on that, so that the city can recoup those dollars. Our city could really use those dollars in providing some other services for our citizens. Yeah. And if this is an eyesore and we're out there going and spending $20,000, $30,000 to clean it up, I think that someone should pay for that if it does not belong to the city.
Yes, sir. Right. Absolutely.
That concludes my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Ziegler.
Thank you so much, Director Reeves, for your presentation. So I know that you normally get notified by illegal dumping with, see-click fix and emails and calls and stuff. Are you getting any reports from employees or staff that just drive around the city?
Sometimes. Most of the time, what we have is our staff, when we send them out, especially during times like when it's a rain and we do our post catch basin inspections to make sure that it's not clogged, we actually have our staff to make sure they note anything that they see around those areas that they go in, because they try to do different areas per storm events to make sure that our catch basins are clean to prevent flooding. So we have them do it that way. We have our staff, our managers. They are required each day to go into a particular area that they don't normally go into, to ride around those areas, to areas that they don't normally drive in, to see if there are things are going on or if there's abandoned houses. Right now, without someone running the 50 Worst program, the maintenance staff is on our staff, so they kind of still following up on their things that they do as well.
Gotcha.
The 50 Worst property maintenance guys. Excuse me.
Gotcha.
Yes,
thank you. So, something that I've noticed is that it seems like a lot of the labor of reporting these sites are really on citizens. And one of my goals is to try and have more interdepartmental communication. Because, we have people drive around the city all the time. We have police, fire, we've got Parks and Rec that go check on the parks and stuff. And City Manager, Mr. Jones, I think this is something that we can really kind of work on. I know right now, in the immediate present, it's going to be kind of difficult. But this is something that's a goal of mine, to eventually try and, make sure that residents are not really the sole responsible party in reporting these sites. So I just thought that was something that, it's good to just talk about and try and work towards. And regarding litter pickup and things like that, I'm still getting complaints from Egan Park. And I think that there's a lot of traffic down there because of the industrial area and things like that. And then there's also Virginia Avenue as well. And so I think the perimeter around Egan Park kind of gets a little messy sometimes. And I know that sometimes you can go out there and then the next day it kind of looks like you weren't there even though you were. Huh?
Next hour.
Yeah, next hour. Yeah. So I'm just letting you know that I've been getting complaints from them.
Well, with the Egan Park as well as, and I have to compliment my coordinator for our litter team. He's very proactive, has a lot of ideas. Also, he and I work on the same page. So one of the things he is doing is that some of the areas where we do have a perimeter, he is cutting through certain areas to see if there's something that has accumulated that we need to address. We also have a team that we will separate 2 or 3 people from the staff and then take them over and do kind of spot cleaning if it's necessary, especially in areas that don't always have litter. coming in to work this morning, I saw on Washington Road, I assumed somebody might have had a trash bag on the back of their car, forgot to take it to the dumpster, and it ended up on the street. So those are kind of things that even if we've been through those areas, we'll send someone back over there. So we're trying to be reactive and proactive as well.
All right, thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
And sorry, last thing. On Mill Irons Drive, it's right at the border of Atlanta and East Point. I think someone has tried to stop people from going back there by putting in these giant rocks, but there's still a lot of litter that's piling up in the front. There's a lot of foot traffic there, and that's an entrance to our city. And although sometimes it's easy to miss, it's almost hidden in plain sight actually, because you can drive past it and not exactly notice it. But yeah, Mill Irons Drive. I think that it was in court at some point, but at some point, if we can have some more attention.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilmember.
Thanks. Excuse me. Thanks for your presentation. You had a couple of slides on possible coordination with Fulton County Schools. Are those commitments or agreements, or are those just ideas that you sort of threw around?
Glad you brought that back up. Yes, it's already a commitment. And Mayor Holiday Ingram, you will be getting some type of document showing our partnership with them that they're drafting right now that will have the mayor sign off on, which we're doing our partnership with them.
Okay.
It's a commitment already.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll just say for that, put it on an agenda, a work session, and bring it back to council so
Yes,
I
ma'am.
can sign.
Okay.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation, and thank you for the work that you do, especially when it comes to getting off of 166. I've seen them there several times, picking up the trash, just working the whole Stanton Road area a couple of times, and I want to say thank you. And no matter how many times you pick the litter up or clean it, because I know men of intelligence clean it as well, people are still going to throw trash out. They're still going to litter. So let me ask you, I know there is a no litter sign getting off of 166 near the Texaco on Delow. Is there a no litter sign getting off of the 166 at Stanton Road? And is there no litter sign where is that, Virginia Avenue that you just mentioned? Is there no litter sign there? And maybe if you put litter signs there, that would probably help, because I know that's high traffic where the hotels are. And maybe, and even if there are cameras there that could see. So.
Off that Stanton, I believe we have a sign there, but I know that Stanton exit off of 166, we will be putting some signs if they're not there already, because we've had some problems with coming in off of Allison Court. We actually had to clean up a few feet beyond ours just because where our city limit sign is just looks so bad. We cleaned it up in front of it, and we see there was some people done some dumping right there behind that plaza there. So we'll be putting some signs there as well on both sides of the streets.
And let me ask you this, because that is, so behind that on Allison Court, part of that is Atlanta.
Soon as when you turn on Allison Court off of Stanton Road, if you go right past that plaza right there, about 200 feet, that's where we stop. You'll see our city limit sign.
So have anybody reached out to that council person? Because I know for that whole area in Atlanta, that's pretty bad. And it filters over in East Point.
I haven't reached out to the councilman, but we have met with the public works people who work that area to try to partner for the area again, and we're going to have to reach back out to them again to make sure that we have an understanding.
I think if they, and I think it's Marcy Overstreet, I think if she or whoever can keep that area clean, it would be better, because if you go up under the bridge of the low getting on 166, it's filthy. And it's almost like everything just filters over in East Point because of that. But yeah, if somebody could reach out to her and if they can keep their side clean, and because East Point is keeping their side clean, it would be a whole lot better.
Yes, ma'am. I'll reach back out to the Public Works Department, as well as I have somebody over in Atlanta that probably can reach out to Ms. Councilman Overstreet. I didn't mention also we have the two, what Mayor and Council has approved for us, we have 2 litter machines that will be able to be pulled by a car. So it could be 1 man or 2 man, which will assist us as well in picking up litter around the city. So we're trying to do everything we can to make sure we get this program going and off the ground and make it a very efficient program. So in closing, the whole plan of this is to, at the end of the day, is to have, when someone clicks a link to go onto the City of East Point and ask about maybe where can I go dump at, they have information about the transfer station, might have a link, and then we'll have our little video that we got from the students that are talking about not littering in our campaign, as well as all the other numbers that they may have in reference to grease trap and everything else that goes along in the city that might be a pollutants to the area. Thank you.
I have some comments. As it relates to the schools,
Yes, ma'am.
we also have 3 public charter schools, Resurgence Hall, Rise Schools, I think it's called Rise, and KIPP South Fulton, the middle school. And I think Rise and KIPP, 1 or 2 of them may be Fulton County charter schools, so you can talk with the Fulton County School District about their charters in East Point. And then I think the others may be state charters, so we'd have to reach out to them directly.
Yes, ma'am. I forgot about them too. But yes, ma'am. Thank you for reminding me of that.
Resurgence Hall, I think, is a K-8. Rise is a K-8. And KIPP, I think, is a 6 through 8.
We got so excited when we had this meeting with Fulton County. I mean, it's just...
No, that's a great thing.
Yes, ma'am.
No, I appreciate you reaching out to them, but ask them about the charters in East Point, because they probably can make that a part of it as well.
And they're right in the middle of our neighborhoods, Washington Avenue, Hogan Road, so they're right in the middle.
Street,
Church Street, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Have a good evening.
All right, any committee reports, any reports or comments from council members on the Council HR Committee or the Council Budget and Finance Committee? Any other All right, adoption of the council agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councilwoman Shropshire.
I make a motion, but I have a question.
You can make a motion and then do it on discussion.
Yes. I make a motion that we adopt the agenda.
So moved. Second.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion?
Discussion.
Councilmember.
Is there any, I don't know if it's going to be a executive session item, but what we received from Judge Oliver, do we need to put that on this agenda? Okay. Okay. So that was my ask. That's my question. So that's the motion, to adopt the agenda.
In favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Approval of the City Council minutes from the March 3rd, 2025 regular meeting.
Madam
Councilwoman
Mayor,
Shropshire, yes.
I make a motion that we approve the regular minute meetings from March the 3rd. Second.
Moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up, we have a public hearing. I'm going to turn it over to the Deputy City Attorney to read the rules.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. Public hearing procedures. Before adopting any change to the zoning maps or text of the zoning ordinance, the City Council shall hold a public hearing following the public hearing by the Planning and Zoning Commission, where a recommendation was made on the petition. Public hearings before the City Council shall be conducted as follows. The presiding officer will call for a motion to open and close the hearing. The presiding officer or his or her designee will introduce the proposed zoning amendment before the City Council. Staff will then be called upon to present the Planning Commission's recommendation and summarize the staff's written report. Persons both favoring and opposing the proposed amendment will then be provided an opportunity to address the council. The applicant for the proposed amendment or applicant's designee representative, if any, will be entitled to speak first, followed by other speakers in favor of the proposal for a total of 15 minutes. Those who oppose the proposed zoning amendment will then be permitted to speak for a total of 15 minutes. By majority vote, the council may increase the total time for speakers provided that each side is given the same amount of time. If there is more than one speaker for each side, the presiding officer may limit the time allotted to each individual speaker, other than the zoning applicant. The zoning applicant may reserve a portion of his allotted time for rebuttal. Speakers must adhere to rules of decorum. Prior to speaking, each speaker shall identify himself or herself and state his or her current address. Each speaker shall speak only to the merits of the proposed zoning decision under consideration, shall address remarks only to the council, and shall refrain from making personal attacks on any other speaker. The presiding officer may refuse a speaker the right to continue if, after first being cautioned, the speaker continues to violate the rules of decorum.
Get a motion to open the public hearing.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Is the applicant here? You can come forward. Sorry. If you could just sit right there on the front. I forgot to have staff do an overview first. I apologize.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Kimberly Smith, Director of Planning and Community Development. Mr. Lee Kelly, Assistant Director. In reference to this item, property located at 0 East Woodbury Avenue, case number P2025RZ-001-01. The applicant is Cody Snyder. The current zoning of the property is our R3 zoning district, which is multifamily development. The case type is a rezoning, and the applicant is requesting to rezone R3, our multifamily development zoning district, to MXCI, which is our mixed-use commercial industrial zoning district, to develop office and workspace for small businesses. As stated, the current zoning is R3. It's depicted on the zoning map as the orange triangle outlined in green in the middle of the screen of the map. The future land use map designation is redevelopment neighborhood, which is depicted in the purple triangle outlined in blue. Some of the typical zoning districts and typical land uses in our redevelopment neighborhood are our R3s, R1, and R2, mostly are residential in nature. Staff did recommend denial of this because it does not comply with the future land use development map and the comprehensive plan. Planning Commission also recommended denial of it based on for the same reasons. That's the conclusion of our overview.
Thank you so much. The applicant can come back up. Press the button on the mic. There you go.
So press the button the whole time? That's so much better. I'm Cody Snyder. I'm the property owner. If my voice gets out while I'm doing my presentation, my sister will step in and complete it. Due to the high pollen count, it kind of knocks out my vocals every year. I'm the property owner, and I'm looking to contribute to the growth of the city of East Point with my development on Woodbury Avenue. The lot is located next to the public storage at 1790 East Woodbury Avenue, adjacent to 2 access points for Lakeford Parkway. The plot is triangular in shape, approximately 1.4 acres, and surrounded by trees. There are no major environmental concerns on the land. Although the land is sloped, there are no existing bodies of water on the property, no endangered fauna, animals, or protected species. Directly adjacent to Langford Parkway, the parcel shares a street view with an industrial property named Public Storage and 2 vacant developments, Braco Break Center and Middlebrooks Heating and Air, which are zoned neighborhood commercial. The lot begins and ends prior to the curb in East Woodbury Avenue, and like the commercial properties it shares the street view with, it faces toward Langford Parkway, not away from it the way the houses following the curb do. The property begins 153 feet from the residential corner. Proposed rezoning plans, Active Iron LLC proposes rezoning the parcel MXCI. Understandably, the area situated between Stanton Street and Lawrence Street is not designated a mixed-use district. However, it is a mix of zoning between urban residential, multifamily dwelling, commercial redevelopment, light industrial, 2-family dwelling, and neighborhood commercial. This area is a mix of zoning. The benefit to the property being zoned MXCI would be that it would be the perfect buffer between the industrial property of Public Storage and the hidden residential curve of Woodbury Avenue. There will be between 14 and 20 units insulated for temperature and sound control, properly ventilated and well lit, with individual restrooms and enclosed offices. We intend to provide workspace and offices for remote workers, online operations, tutors, artists of varying medias, small business owners, and anyone else looking for a quiet place to work. Active retail or industrial machine operation will be prohibited to limit traffic and noise. There will be approximately 3 structures of various sizes placed on the property to expedite development and align with our vision to reduce metal waste and reuse recyclable materials. The buildings will begin as prefabricated steel structures with modular supports and have additional brick facades installed to make the street view more appealing. Steel structures are known to be strong, durable, safe, and sustainable. They have greater stay power compared to wooden and brick structures. Like the building and layout picture, the structures will have 1 manual roll-up door and 1 man door per unit. No mechanics to limit noise. The walls will be at least 12 feet tall, but no taller than 16 feet. The roofs will be gabled to allow adequate rain flow with a complete gutter and drainage system. Ideally, it may benefit the overall aesthetic of the neighborhood to have a property that provides a more transitional approach to the street view. A multi-use development could bridge the gap between an industrial businesses and a hidden residential area considerably better than tall structures or new homes. The trees on the property are not healthy. Many are infested or damaged to the point of rot and decay. The city has cut down several groups of trees to protect power lines and keep Woodbury Avenue clear from fallen limbs and trunks. In the latter half of 2024, trees in the area severed power lines and damaged a neighboring property without the aid of storms or strong winds. Since January of 2025, several branches have fallen from dead trees and damaged property of an adjacent business. The property is 75 feet from the stream, and the remaining trees are not healthy or suitable for wildlife. The ongoing issue with dumping on Woodbury Avenue, as any Woodbury Avenue resident can tell you, is a major problem. Directly across from the lot, they dump almost religiously, and occupied professional development with fences, lock gates, motion lights, and security cameras is a greater deterrent for dumping than residential development with an expectation of privacy. Traffic. In any instance of a new development, an increase in traffic is going to be unavoidable, whether it's a single-family home or apartments or a business. Unfortunately, Langford Parkway is directly across from the lot, so there will be no reason for anyone to travel up to the residential portion of Woodbury Avenue. After speaking with the residents of Woodbury Avenue and hearing their concerns with speeding and commercial vehicles traveling on their street, I started a petition for the city to insert speed bumps. These are their signatures. The development will remain privately owned, so it will be up to the owner's discretion what sort of businesses will and will not be allowed to operate on site within the city's limits of zoning. There will be no businesses that rely heavily on nighttime activities or produce any abundance of noise permitted, i.e. nightclubs, bars, dance studios, etc. Our target demographic are working professionals and small businesses that are interested in a quiet place to work free from distraction. Major points of concern: MXCI versus R3, trees, 30-foot buffers of untouched land, new landscaping and greenery mandatory. Trees, R3, 75% can be cleared, 6-foot buffer on residential side. Only healthy specimens need to remain within the remaining 25%. Crime, MXCI, private developments and businesses are allowed to have exterior security without impunity. Crime, R3, most crimes are committed by individuals either within their home or short distances of their home. Traffic, MXCI, most professionals keep daytime hours. Small-scale operations typically have no more than 4 employees. Traffic, R3, residents come and go as they please at any time of day or night. Residents often have guests, but parking is limited. Noise, the City of East Point noise ordinance hours are between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. Noise, MXCI, no heavy machinery, individual workspaces, no outdoor work activity. Small businesses usually close between the hours of 4 p.m. and 6 p.m. when people return home. A single trash collection, no special pickups. Noise, R3, playgrounds, dog parks, parties, music, shared outdoor spaces, pools, clubhouses, event spaces, multiple trash can pickups. East Point Mooney Code Codification Catalog, Chapter 2, Article C, Section 10-2065 is dedicated to providing land for medium to high density residential uses. District scope and intent regulations set forth in this section are the R3 district regulations. Article D should be consulted to determine uses and minimum standards for uses allowed by administrative permit or use permit. The R3 district is intended to provide the land areas devoted to medium to high density residential uses. The district also provides for closely related uses. Although the lot shares East Woodbury Avenue with a single residential block, it does not necessarily share a street, and the section of Ward B in which this property is located is not a medium or high density residential district. In fact, indicated by the red circle and the blue location tag and marked in orange on the East Point City zoning map, the property is more accurately described as situated between a commercial industrial district. The City of East Point has several overlay projects in the works. While the property does not fall within the area pertinent to the plans, the downtown development overlay offers support in favoring of rezoning. Section 1014-011. The design and layout of the development should build upon and complement the design of the current district as opposed to creating a new one. The size, orientation, setback, and scale of buildings are integral elements in the district. A building's orientation and placement should complement and relate to the adjacent buildings, structures, and properties. The placement of buildings should create an informal grouping and relationship between them as opposed to being orderly and uniform. The visual impact of parking should be minimalized by placing it to the rear and by screening. A mixed-use development would better suit the current appearance of the street on which this property faces and complement the area of Ward B in which this property is located. Furthermore, the single residential block of Woodbury Avenue was developed in 1955, the plot of land that was never developed, and since it has been for sale for multifamily development. For 70 years, no one has been interested in developing this property for multifamily use. The city does not need another vacant lot rather than a new development contributing to the city's development and strengths. This is the petition for the residents that are in favor of the new development. Although they may not be here tonight, these are their signatures. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Madam City Clerk, I have
We probably have the same.
10, 12 minutes.
I have 4 minutes, 41 seconds left.
Okay. Anyone else desiring to speak in favor of the request for rezoning?
My name is Dorothy Hall, and I'm a resident for 40 years at 1660 East Woodbury Avenue. And I signed the petition because I see what Mr. Snyder has already done in the community. He solicited for speed bumps, and I know you said something earlier tonight about speed bumps, but tractor trailer trucks come up and down our street all night long, early in the morning, and there are 2 signs posted that say no trucks allowed. I almost came head on with a truck that was coming one morning about 10 o'clock when I was on my way to the gym, and I just had to keep blowing for him not to run into me. So anything that can be done to address the traffic on that street. When Mr. Cody got the property, there was about 200 to 300 tires that he pulled off the property and pasted on the curb. We had problems before that with dumping. We didn't know whether it was residents or whether it was public storage or whoever, but there was an issue, and we presented this to council sometime last year. We also presented the need for basically a lot of senior citizens, such as myself, is retired. I went through this about 6 years ago, and they did develop something behind my property, and it hasn't interfered because they kept a buffer as to how far they can cut down trees. The noise from Tri-City, I can hear the band and stuff, but that doesn't bother me. So I believe that he's to be an asset to the community because he's a caring person. Thank you.
Anyone else desiring to speak in favor of the request for rezoning? Anyone desiring to speak in favor of the request for rezoning? Anyone desiring to speak in opposition to the request for rezoning? You can come to the mic.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Mayor and the City Council and everybody that's here today. I appreciate, do I need to say my name first? Okay.
Name and address.
Okay. Let's scale it back. Good evening. I'm Ashley Rocker. My address is 1704 Woodbury Avenue. I appreciate the presentation that Cody has shared, and I also appreciate my neighbor sharing why she is for it. A couple of things that were shared on why, you know, there's a group that is for it. Speed bumps, and as well as the traffic on Woodbury Avenue. I would challenge us all to look at the fact that whether he builds or not, there are issues with the traffic, there are issues with illegal activity as far as trucks going down there. I would pose the question, if he was not wanting to build, but we could handle the speed bumps issue and we could handle the traffic, will we still want him to build? Cody Snyder's property is directly behind my home, and I know from attending several meetings, I wouldn't say I'm an expert by any means with the Planning and Zoning Commission, but one of the things that they share with us is something aligned to spot zoning. And I feel as if that is something that should be put into consideration. Additionally, their recommendation was for a denial, and they also shared several other businesses that he could possibly put in that area. I want to be very clear that I adamantly oppose him building at 0 East Woodbury Avenue. Thank you. Oh, wait, one more thing. I would like for us to verify the names on the petition to ensure there are no discrepancies and that those residents were fully aware what they were signing. Thanks.
Anyone else who would like to speak in opposition of the request to rezone 0 East Woodbury Avenue from R3 multifamily development to MXCI, mixed use commercial industrial? Anyone else who would like to speak in opposition? Can I get a motion for public hearing? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Is there any further action on this item?
Good evening. I'd just like to state for the record that due to work session not being last Monday, that this item has not gone before a work session. I just wanted to make that clear prior to any action being taken.
Yeah, the rule for work session requirement applies to council, not necessarily staff, but thank you for bringing that up. Councilmember Shropshire?
Thank you. So with that being said, do we do a deferral until it goes back to work session?
No, does the legal have the rule up already? The rule really applies to council members and not items put on the agenda by staff. I could pull it up.
Madam Mayor, it's Rule 15. A council member may place an item on the agenda, provided the item has first been to a work session or presented to council for discussion at a prior council meeting, and all associated paperwork was submitted to the clerk's office by the established deadline for receiving information. So it does limit it to council members and not staff. And it's a may, so it's not required.
And not required by council, but discretion. It says
Correct.
council may. Okay. Oh, they may place it on the agenda, but if they do, it has to go to a work session. Got you. I have it up on my screen. Further discussion or action on this item?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I think I tend to agree with my colleague, Councilwoman Shropshire, about deferring this issue. We do need to verify that those names were correct and do support this development. So
Councilman Butler, can you do me a favor, because we don't have a motion on the floor? Councilman Shropshire's question was procedural. Can you do a motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action, just so we can have this round of discussion?
Yes, ma'am, Madam Mayor. Make the motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action on the petition before council.
So moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? Councilman Butler.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Councilman Butler.
Yes, Madam Mayor. It's just to repeat that I support deferring the issue.
So Councilmember Butler said he supports deferring the issue. There's no other lights on. I just want to make clear that the work session requirement is not for staff items. It's only for council items. So because this is an item from staff and the public hearing was advertised per our ordinances, council can still take action on this tonight without the requirement of a work session, because that rule for council specifically applies to council members. Any further action on this item? Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. It's been to staff recommend denial, correct? But the Planning and Zoning Commission haven't heard the case.
Both recommended denial.
Oh, they both did. Oh, I thought she said that they didn't.
No, her presentation, she said that staff recommended denial because of the future, it doesn't align with the future land use map, and there was another reason, and she said that Planning and Zoning denied it for that reason as well, for those reasons
So
as well.
both heard it. Oh, well, I must have heard wrong then. Okay.
Councilmember Freeland and Councilmember Cummings.
Sorry, Councilmember Butler, was that a motion to defer or?
No, sir, I didn't make the motion.
Okay.
I'm just putting it out for discussion.
There was a motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action that was approved unanimously by council, so we're in discussion. There hasn't been a motion on any type of action, approve, deny, defer, any motion on that, just discussion. Comment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Two questions. So I'm trying to make sure that I'm clear on what it is that you're attempting to, what you're wanting to put there. It's a workspace, but it looks like storage units.
This is what we're looking to accomplish. So like I said, they'll start as prefabricated structures with a brick facade, so they won't look like steel buildings, and each unit will have a office and a workspace. So they're for individual small businesses like contractors, or there's a lot of sub-companies to Tyler Perry Studios, cleaning supply people, things of that nature.
And this is what they all look like on the inside. So there's.
This is what they look like on the inside. You don't actually see the office, but that is what the workspace looks like. So it's for their storage of goods, online sales, like I said, janitorial supplies, things of that nature that work at the airport. Those are the companies that we're targeting to actually work in these spaces. So they're smaller mom and pop shops that will utilize these spaces.
Okay, have you ever done a project like this before? Is this your first?
No, this is my second. I also own a property on Central Avenue, 1466. We've done the same thing there. We've taken we should have had pictures, an older warehouse that was the worst on the block, and we renovated it, and now it's one of the best looking buildings on Central Avenue, right across from SA Recycling. And they're individual units as well. The only difference is they don't have individual office spaces. So we currently have a communications company, janitorial supply, a film company, rental car company, and a carpet cleaning company inside of that building.
Okay, and can you go back to the petition page, please?
Petition page. How would you like us to verify these signatures? Or is that something that the city does?
Okay, right here it is.
Because some of them have phone numbers and some of them don't.
Okay, all right. Thank you, I yield. Yes.
Yeah, and I just want to make clear that, Councilmember Mitchell.
Yeah, I think as the other resident stated earlier, it might be some questions around the validity of these signatures, and did people actually know what they were signing up for?
Okay, but is that something that you guys want us to do as far as verifying them, or is that something that the city's going to call each individual and do?
So I'm going to hold on just a moment, because this is about zoning procedure, and I don't want to create any appealable issues. So I'm going to defer to our city attorney. There's not to my knowledge, in our zoning ordinance, there's nothing that requires or that we do to verify signatures on petitions. And if we add additional requirements, that also potentially creates potential legal challenges. Attorney Wiggins,
Before she speaks, I have a question.
we let her answer that on that petition, and then I'll come to you at the
But it
council.
would take the phone numbers down, because some people number are non-published.
If it's been submitted to the city for,
But when you, if
With
an
the
open
packet?
record is done, you would have to put that out, because you can't give out people's phone numbers.
so that applies to staff, public government employees, but if they submitted this with their record, with their document, for a petition, and it's within the public record, I'm not sure if it needs redacting. I'll research it so we can take it down until it's determined. But with respect to the mayor's question about verification of signatures, I haven't seen anything in the ordinance that requires that to be done. If it's an additional thing that the council does want done, I don't know if that should be the responsibility of staff to do it. The option for deferral, if there is some more work that you want the applicant to conduct, is an option. And I guess the council would have to create that in their motion to determine if that is a desire of the council to have the signatures verified, how and who should conduct that, since there's not any direction in the code about how that's done.
Does that create potential legal challenges as an additional requirement that's not in the code?
To have them verify signatures? To who? The applicant or the staff?
Is making that a part of the process for the rezoning if it's not already a requirement?
If it's not done I don't think it's going to, no, it won't present any legal challenges.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Yes, even if I believe we received some communications via email, I think she actually spoke tonight about how it was kind of misconstrued what she was actually signing up for. I think Ms. Houston, I'm not sure if that's you or not, but okay, I'm sorry. But what we did receive some communications that people may not have known what they're actually signing this petition for.
No, that was a draft issue on my part. It was a clerical error, and can you go back one more?
Mm-hmm.
And that's why we have the revision, because we did not put in the security. Oh, sorry, I didn't understand.
No, it's all good. So actually,
that's why
we can either waive the first reading, defer it, or deny it.
If council would like to approve or deny it tonight, waiver of the first reading is required. If council would like to defer it, then council can make that motion.
I mean, I guess until further investigation, if something has to be done, I would say we would defer it. I'm not sure what the will of council is right now. I would like to make a motion to defer it to our next meeting.
That's a motion?
Yeah, that's a motion.
There's a motion on the floor to defer it to when?
I'm sorry, next regular session meeting. Yes, ma'am.
So the next council meeting or the next work session? The next council meeting is April the 7th. The next work session is April 14th.
Work session. We can do work session.
The motion on the floor to defer the item to the April 14th work session. Is there a second? Second. It's been moved and properly seconded session. Councilmember Freeland.
Actually, I had been in before that, but I'll ask the same question.
Yeah, go ahead. Councilmember Mitchell still had the floor.
Yeah.
I wasn't aware he was going to make the motion, but now the motion's been made, so I'm still calling for discussion. So Go ahead.
I think the applicant was going to explain the revision without putting it back on the screen.
Yes.
Can you finish your explanation?
So there was a clerical error on the first petition, and she emailed about that I had came back and with a revised petition, and she signed that revised petition. It's on the slide that we can't view right now. But that was a clerical error on my part, and so we rectified that and went back and got her signature and several others.
Okay, so again, without putting it back up, one side of the screen is the original and the second side is the revised,
Yes.
corrected version,
Mhm.
which has fewer signatures.
Which has both her signature on the original and the second, and then additional signatures from other residents in the area. We continued it. Instead of just stopping at the 10, we tried to keep going as far as we could with who we could meet with.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. This item is deferred until April 14th. Next up, public comments. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comments?
We have 3 public comments today.
Thank you. Chapter 2, Section 2-2002BB, Rule 28. The public may speak during the public comment section of the agenda. Speakers must complete a comment form prior to the start of the meeting. Subject may include any subject of choice. There will be a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Speakers that have signed up to speak may give all or part of their time, up to 3 minutes, to another speaker for a total of 6 minutes of speaking time. Speakers may address the council only once during this time of the agenda. Speakers must identify themselves and their address prior to speaking. Questions from the speakers may not be addressed during the public speaking section of the agenda. East Point residents will have priority over other speakers. There will be a total of not more than 60 minutes for the public speaking section of the agenda. Speakers may only address the presiding officer. Speakers shall observe all rules of decorum. No debate, disrespect, or obscenity shall be tolerated. The presiding officer shall rule any such individual out of order that fails to comply with the foregoing. Madam City Clerk, you can call the first speaker.
Up first, we have Ms. Tara Ingram.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. I am Tara Ingram. I am here on behalf of Jefferson Park Neighbors Association. I live at 1312 Jefferson Avenue. I'm here tonight because I want to talk a bit about the Uterdos Center, which is something that is existing in Tri-Cities High School, which turns out it was Tri-Cities night here tonight, so it kind of softened the ground for this conversation. But JP&A partners pretty closely with the high school, or at least we try to as much as we can. And last week we got a phone call from Miss Evans, who works at the high school, and she kind of oversees something called the Uterdos Center, which is a place that was set up in 2022 that provides kids and families with food, clothing, household supplies. They have washer and dryers there for kids to do their laundry if they don't have access to it at home for whatever reason. And what she told us was that the center was told in September that they are losing their funding. And they have gotten a couple of extensions, but as of May 2025, the Uterdos Center will lose their funding. JP&A was planning on doing like a back-to-school drive in the summer for household supplies and clothes and shoes, but it's become a bit more urgent because the Uterdos Center actually serves 143-ish families a month, providing them groceries. And they are in need of securing $75,000 to run that pantry for the next year. So what we are hoping to do is kind of unite the city and partner with College Park and Hapeville as the 2 other cities who share that school to help raise some money to try to save this program for these kids. I want to invite all of you on Saturday morning to our Jefferson Perk Coffee Hour, which is from 9 to 10:30. The school is going to open the Uterdos Center for folks to be able to come in and actually see the services it provides. And we'll just have coffee and donuts, but we're really actually imploring folks to kind of reach out to their networks for support. We're setting up a GoFundMe. Donations will be tax deductible. And we're not asking anybody to do anything that's unethical with like approaching businesses and, you know, making any kind of special requests. But if you have anybody in the community who would like to support this, we would love for y'all to help us, because I really think that it's hard enough being a kid, it's hard enough being a teenager, but when you don't have enough to eat, when you're homeless, when you need help with clothes or anything, it just makes things that much harder. So would love to invite all of you to come. I will email each of you with more information, also the GoFundMe link, and we're going to try to also partner with other neighborhoods in East Point to kind of try to get the word out. Thank you very much.
Up next, we have Ms. Jacare Hemming.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is Jacare Hemming. I reside at 2197 Penrose Drive. It's been a long night, but I just wanted to come and express my enthusiasm, excitement, and support for the collaborative work you all did to hire our new city manager. Leadership transitions are always critical moments for any city, and this one is no different for us. We have an opportunity right now to move forward with a leader who is ready to bring stability, vision, and accountability to East Point. I, like many residents, am eager to see what he can accomplish with the right support from the council, from the city staff, and us, the community. So I just want, to reflect that city manager transitions, he's going to face some immense challenges, and we know that the average tenure of a city manager is only about 3 to 6 years in our style of government. So we might have like a short window to capitalize on his talent. And often when city managers get caught in the middle of political fights and agendas, it can stymie the work that they're here to do. So I just ask that we take this opportunity seriously and we do all that we can to make sure that the path is cleared for Mr. Jones to do his work. We need his stability, we need his leadership, and we need the results that he can bring. And I just want to say as a resident that any attempt to make him fail is an attempt to make our city fail. And I don't think that we want that for our city. When he succeeds, we all succeed because his job isn't about him, it's about us. Every single resident, every single business, every single taxpayer in East Point. So I'm excited to see you all partner with him, work with him, not against him, to create an environment where success is possible. I'm hopeful about his ideas, his reforms, and his initiatives that will benefit us all. We, the residents, are excited about the work that you've done to hire Mr. Jones.
Lastly, we have Mr. Glenn Gachet, and my apologies if I pronounce your name wrong.
Good evening. I am Chef Glenn Gagne. I represent Spondivits and its 80 employees, world famous here in East Point, Georgia since 1979. We've recently had a change in the serving alcohol rules, and I'd like to take a peek at that, if I may, as since we've been there for 47 years here in East Point. It's definitely going to hurt my employees as well as the business. Spondivits is a little different than some of these shops that have been opening up. Our food sales is 80% versus the 51% that you asked for. So we have a very strong food sales. It's a very professional operation. The employees do not drink on property. Most of the places that you are having issues with, the employees get drunk and their vision gets down on over-serving. Our employees are properly trained. We have tips training for all our staff members. We even have a spotter that comes in once a month, and matter of fact, they came in yesterday and attempted to get served an underage person. Our policy is if the server serves the underage person, they have to go back on their own time and get retrained. If they refuse service, they get $50. So we're a very professional operation. We play a lot of 80s hits, being from 1979. We play classic R&B at night. I mean, there's never been a fight in a bar with Tears of the Clown playing. So we're a different operation than what you've seen. We've been doing it for years. I'm really excited with what East Point is doing. The police force, I do their Christmas party every year. And this year I was just amazed with the police force and the amount of force we've got. The new operation we've got going on with parking the police cars around the city with the blue lights on. I'm loving it. We're about to be part of the Atlanta Airport Community Development, hooking our cameras in with the system that goes to Hapeville, East Point, and Atlanta. Another thing we do is a lot of bars, if you're going to call them bars, are afraid of police. We actually have a $15.95 discount for Atlanta Police, East Point Police, and Hapeville Police. So they're invited to come in all hours of the day and eat on the house. That includes most sandwiches and things like that. And I apologize for my voice. It's been a long weekend. Any issues that have been had at the Spondivits are usually called on by the staff members. We have a safety plan where we have a code yellow. Any staff member can call code yellow if they sense a disturbance happening. We have a code blue if the police are called, and a code red for the fire department. So we self-report at all times. Thank you.
Those are all the public comments we have this evening.
Thank you, and thank you to everyone who spoke during public comments this evening. We don't have any consent agenda items. We'll move to our agenda items. And sir, as I said in the rule, we can't provide any comments at this time, but in council comments, we'll address. Update on policing, Mr. Jones, I'll turn it over to you to bring up our chief.
Yes, can we kind of update on our police?
Press your mic.
Yes, Mayor and Council will have an update from our police chief. Chief Buchanan.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Manager, City Attorney. I'm Sean Buchanan, Chief of Police. Need your update. A couple of things that's going on in the next couple of months. First of all, the month of April, we always shoot our Tri-City videos, Making Better Decisions series. So that's coming up. That's very important because we want to get that out for the summertime. Killer Mike always helps us out, and I think he's going to try to get Vic Boy and some other people involved this year, but we'll see what happens. We shoot the videos and publish them on our social media accounts. Our school zone cameras have really been effective in terms of flowing the school speeds down in our school zone, so I'm very happy to have that going on. We're about to promote our code enforcement supervisor who will be doing interviews very soon. We had a couple of issues in our jail in terms of repairs, so we're working with the city to make sure that happens pretty quickly. Park rangers, working with parks, really good. We're going to hire one more park ranger. That's really been effective. One of the big things is our real-time crime center. A lot of people don't know this, but I'm about to send an invitation to everyone to come view it. It's up and running. It's really doing well. Chef was just speaking about he's going to allow us to view his cameras at Spondivits and things of that nature. And a lot of businesses have already joined in, and we're going to keep getting more business in. And once you see it, I think you'll really be impressed with it. It's very nice, and it's really helped solve a lot of crimes and even things like accidents, like I said before. Really been beneficial. Now, a couple of things with our grants. I'm going to have to make a decision probably about April 1st here because the Real-Time Crime Center, we use a grant to get that money. That was a payback grant, so they have to pay us back for money we already spent. But one grant is our Burns grant, and that's for our summer camp this summer. They usually give us about $30,000, which allows us to put on a free summer camp for our youth. That's in jeopardy this year just because of the federal government, but I'll know more in the next couple of weeks. But I'm giving a deadline, a hard cutoff of April 1st to us to make a decision. As you know, this weekend we had some people, about 50 cars showed up in the middle of the night, about 12:30 at night at the Wayfields parking lot. We was able to shut that down pretty quickly. We haven't had that happen probably in the last 2 years, so that was very concerning. So we've already made plans to make sure we don't have these issues.
Thank you for your update, Chief. Any questions? Councilman Shropshire.
Thank you. Thank you for your update, and that is correct. Thank you for addressing the issue with the drag racing. I started getting phone calls about 1 o'clock, called 911, called you, and it was addressed, and I know we have an ordinance in place or something in place where they would be arrested and it's jail time. So, and usually I can see it because they go up the low, and I can see it from my kitchen window, and I saw all the cars going down the street once the police arrived and when they were leaving. So I would say if we could just start back monitoring that area periodically, because apparently it's on it's on their radar, and they also said that they leave and go to Camp Creek as well. And I asked, was it East Point side, but they're mostly in South Fulton side on Butner Road. So if y'all can coordinate that, but yeah, so if y'all can just monitor that, start back monitoring it, because apparently it's back on their radar to start back doing it again. And I'll let you all know if I see them going up the street.
Not a problem. We've put plans in action for this weekend just in case.
Councilmember Butler.
Chief, do you want to give us an update about, you thought it was an inside job where there was a burglary at a restaurant in Ward D?
The restaurant you're talking about, the new one that's off of Camp Creek? I don't want to go into a lot of detail, and I will tell you just because it's an open investigation, but I would just say that was very suspicious. But we're on it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, in addition, we've had some trouble with people in Atlanta having their food trucks near the the liquor store. Excuse me, I'm working real slow today. I don't know why. But on the Atlanta side of the Camp Creek Marketplace. Can you help us coordinate and speak to Atlanta about trying to shut some of that down? I know you and I have had that conversation.
Yes, we've dealt with it several times, and I'm glad you said something. I'll make sure we contact the person over there, code enforcement officer, the captain, and get them back out on the weekends.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Councilmember Atkins.
Yes, thank you, Chief Buchanan, for your presentation. I have a question about the summer camp program. You said that due to funding cuts, we may not be able to offer that, correct?
So normally we do that at no cost to the public, but that is done through the Burns Grant, and because the Burns Grant is Department of Justice, that's being held up right now. So we're trying to make a decision because we don't know when they're going to release those funds.
Okay. So my question around that would be, do you think that there could be some opportunity for additional partnerships similar to what Public Works was doing, maybe through the school system? And so if they have any type, because I'm assuming and imagining that because these are federal cuts, that a lot of organizations will be experiencing the same thing. And I think that the information that you guys may be providing the kids would be beneficial. So if we don't get the grant, but maybe can partner with some of the other entities that serve a shared constituency, you guys might be able to teach some of the same modules or do some of the same things, but maybe in some of the schools in the summertime.
And you know what, that's a very good idea, so I would definitely take a look at that. And like I said, just because it was all of a sudden, we didn't have the proper time to kind of plan to see what was our alternatives, but we'll definitely take a look at that.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you.
Yeah, because I just know that a lot of the complaints that I'm getting about crime is young people. And so I would hate for us not to get the grant and then not provide any type of the programming that you normally do in the summer. So to the extent that we can partner with an organization and still provide that, that would be great.
Okay. I'm so glad you said that. I got two more updates, because we said partner. Mary, we've talked about multiple times having psychologists on staff. Our organization just got a grant and they're offering us services, so we'll have more psychologists on service, and they'll be working also not just with the police departments, but also with the court department through alternative sentencing, and the judge and I are working, so that's really going to be beneficial too. And last update, I forgot, we had a situation on social media with a person harming an animal. We was on that immediately, and we're working with Ford County Animal Control to bring that to an arrest.
Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Chief, I just wanted to thank you and your staff for helping to keep East Point safe, and thank you so much. That's it.
Well, thank you. You're welcome.
Chief, thank you so much for your leadership. I do want to ask a couple questions. For the summer program, how much is that grant?
That grant is usually about $30,000.
And when do you usually run the program? What are the dates?
It starts the first week of June and it ends the second to last week of July. So around the 25th of July when it ends.
And then I know we went on the Hill, met with Senator Ossoff's staff, and they are very committed to letting them know which funds we have not received or that are frozen, or just really getting information, because they're actually getting information from us. It's kind of bottom up versus a top down. So if we don't let them know, then they're not able to advocate as much. And when we had our legislative roundtable on February 19th with our state and federal delegation, we provided that list of grants and included the ones that you're referring to, and that's been shared with Senator Ossoff's office, Warnock, Congresswoman Williams, and Congresswoman McBath. But I think as we continue to let them know the impact, Owen is the person from Senator Ossoff's office that is really tracking that and wants us to get information to him. And then also, I can't remember the name of the bill, but we may want to think about, there is a bill that allows, I think Senator Halpern did it, or it was a part of a previous safety bill that allows people to receive either some credit, like they match the funding that a police auxiliary organization raises. Now, I think they said it's for training and for some other things, but we may really want to lean into that. Hopefully that's not going to change at the state level, to see how we can reactivate our police auxiliary organization and nonprofit that I think could be the one that kind of raises the funds and then they match it. I'm trying to talk myself into the name of the bill, but I can't remember it. I think it was like about 2 years ago when it was approved, and I haven't heard about it being overruled, and it was signed. So I guess I should say repealed, not overruled. So we might want to look at that. And then also I was asking about the amount, 30K, because we also might need to get on the phone and start sharing the story with some of our corporate partners to see how we might be able to bridge those gaps and offer some form of programming. So thank you for all that you do and your leadership of our department. We're going to get through this, but I think we're going to have to lean into different networks and different allies to be able to help ensure that we continue to provide the services to our youth and to our community. So thank you so much.
Thank you. You're welcome. I will say that I did receive email last week. I think when y'all got back in town, I received the email from their office asking about that particular grant. And we may have some additional resources, but I'll get with you because I definitely think we need to have it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, T-Splosh and sidewalk updates. Councilmember Ziegler, is there anything additional from what was shared earlier?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Let's just do a motion to open the floor for discussion, and then you can let us know that there's nothing, and we can go to the next agenda item. I'm just thinking about how to remove it or get past it.
Okay, I make a motion to open the floor for discussion on agenda item number 7, T-Splosh and sidewalk updates.
So moved. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? Seconded by Councilmember Atkins. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Councilmember Ziegler.
Yes, we can take this agenda item off the agenda for tonight since we had a presentation on this earlier.
And since we just opened the floor to discuss it, I guess the minutes can just reflect that it was previously discussed. So it's combined with the previous presentation. Next up is item number 8, Council discussion and possible action on emergency water line replacement due to a water leak from the old service line causing hazardous conditions in an amount not to exceed $25,000 from the Water and Sewer Department. Is there any action on this item? Councilmember Shropshire.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion that we approve item number 8, council, the emergency water line replacement.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Another emergency installation of 3 water taps due to risk of roadway failure. Is there a motion?
Yes. Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Martin Rock.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make the motion that we approve the emergency installation of 3 water taps due to risk.
Yeah, talking to the mic.
I'd like to make the motion that we approve the installation of 3 water taps due to risk of roadway failure. This emergency repair was completed by RDJE in the amount not to exceed $37,350.
There's a second.
Second.
Properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Can we get a motion to open the floor for discussion on the Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Empowerment Housing Update?
Second.
Properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is now open. Mr. Jones.
Yes, Mayor and Council. Frank Whitfield, Housing Community Development Manager, will be presenting a Office of Equity and Inclusion and Empowerment presentation.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council members, residents of East Point. I appreciate this opportunity to discuss the housing work that we're doing in the Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Empowerment. As was mentioned, my name is Frank Whitfield. I'm the Housing Community Development Manager. And tonight I'm going to walk through some of the housing initiatives that we have going on here in the city. I do have some of our community partners here with us that if there's any questions, they may be available to ask if that's the pleasure of this body. There are folks from Green Heart Construction who are assisting us with our no-cost minor home repair program, as well as BIDA, who's assisting us with down payment assistance, and I'll share a little bit about. So what really informs the work that we're doing in the housing space for the city is plans that you have adopted, like the Equitable Growth and Inclusion Strategic Plan, the Mosaic Neighborhood Study, but it's also national research in terms of housing trends that are happening, state research that is happening around housing trends here in the state, which I'll speak to in a little bit, and then just our professional experience and research around best practices in housing. So that's really what's informing the work that we're doing in our office. I wanted to highlight this goal that came out of that Equitable Growth and Inclusion Strategic Plan that you adopted back in June 2021. It says the housing affordability will disappear and displacement will rise in the face of increased population and development pressure unless local government intentionally aligns its policies, programs, and investments to ensure this doesn't happen. And I believe that's what you all are doing here in East Point. And I think East Point is in a very unique position, and I was excited to see this was actually documented. And it says East Point is in an enviable position, better position than other cities to ensure growth benefits all its residents. So you all have a very unique opportunity to make sure that what we see around the country around displacement, lack of affordability, lack of inclusivity, you have a chance here in East Point as you're on this cusp of this growth to make sure you do it all together. So that really excites me about this work. And we've been focused on, and what I'm going to talk to today, because I had a much longer presentation, but we want to condense it down for the sake of tonight, focus on these 3 core areas of building partnerships to promote home ownership, talk a little bit about owner-occupied rehab for seniors and low-income homeowners, and expand and leverage our city-owned assets. And these are all things, again, inside of this inclusive plan. So in the home ownership space, there's a couple things that we're doing. We've put a lot of energy into things that I heard council folks say here before. We want to see more first responders become residents here in East Point, and we want to see more East Point employees become East Point homeowners. And so back in December, we did a workshop highlighting the Homes for Heroes program. We have another workshop scheduled for April 30th that we're going to do with more of a targeted focus on our East Point police officers. And we have a whole suite of resources now available that we want to make sure our employees are aware of. Another really exciting thing that we're working on is in partnership with BIDA, which, as I mentioned, we have the chair and vice chair here. And they've decided to set aside $50,000 to go towards down payment assistance for East Point employees to become homeowners. And so we're talking with them now about what that criteria will be, what that application will be, and then we'll bring to you all some sort of MOU that kind of clarifies our relationship with BIDA in terms of the funds that they've set aside and what role we play in helping connect our employees to that set of resources. And then lastly, in terms of our outward facing, our work for the public, earlier this month, my colleague Yolanda spearheaded an event called Own the Block that was done on March 8th, and it was done at Malibu Church, and it was bringing together all the home ownership resources that are around. And we brought them to the church there at Malibu. Well, we're doing a 2.0 version of that on May 31st, and God willing, the plan, it'll happen here at City Hall. And again, we need all of your help spreading the word on that, because as the mayor, she gave an amazing speech at the event, and I think she got a chance to see there is a wealth of resources that we have right now, but as we just saw from the chief, that doesn't mean all these resources are going to be here next year in the foreseeable future. So we need to strike while the iron's hot, while we have this opportunity. So May 31st, we're planning here at City Hall to have those resources here. It's going to be a festive event, and we want to connect residents to home ownership resources. And not only that, home preservation resources like the rehab, which I'll talk to here next. So another item that was mentioned in that plan was really for us to zero in on home preservation. And as you all know, that is really critical, especially for our seniors and our veterans, to make sure they can remain in their homes safely and affordably. So we've partnered with House Proud and Greenheart Construction to provide that no-cost minor home repair program for seniors and veterans. Our team has already contacted the residents on that wait list, and the next steps include Greenheart Construction going out and doing those home assessments, evaluating repair proposals, and securing permits and approvals for the work to begin. We had around 23 people on that waiting list once House Proud went through it, and our God willing, we got 4 permits approved so far, and that work should start here before the end of the month. In that same space of home repairs, as you all approved before, we've applied for the $500,000 CHIP grant from the state. If awarded, these funds will allow us to make major repairs to residents in need. One thing that we noticed already with the minor home repairs, we thought it would be minor, but then once we got over there and started looking, the price just has gone up, and the repairs and the need has been so great. So God willing, we'll get this grant, and then we'll be able to assist residents with some of those major repair needs that they have. If we are awarded that grant, we will provide a public application process for residents to be able to apply for the program. As you probably know, home preservation and repairs are a priority, and they make sure that properties are up to code, and so that long-standing residents, many who have been here for decades, can stay in their homes without fear of displacement. I have a couple more slides, and I don't know if it's appropriate if we pause right there. You just want me to go through, because there's 2 other kind of topics. Continue. So the next piece is around our city-owned properties, our city-owned assets. And so our office has been working on strategizing on ways to utilize these city-owned resources. We've identified some properties that can be used for redevelopment. And so I kind of lay out here kind of a menu of potential pathways. One is the status quo, maintain the status quo, which right now we have staff that provide lawn care and property maintenance to those properties we own. We could self-perform as a city and develop the properties. We could sell the properties through an open bid process. We could partner and leverage established authorities such as BIDA and partner with them to redevelop the properties. Or we could form a new institution, a third-party institution. And again, these are some of the pathways that we saw. There probably is several more. But we believe redeveloping these properties is an opportunity to develop something that aligns with our community values. You all have the opportunity to kind of direct the way this development happens that aligns with our city's goals. If you want to talk about more specific properties, I think that might be something more appropriate for executive session, but I do have information about specific properties if needed. The last thing is there's been a conversation and there was recommendation within the plan to also have policy recommendations for you all. So here's just a short snapshot of some of the policies that are being enacted not only around the country but even here locally that encourage inclusive housing development. So the first one is around mandatory inclusionary zoning. That will require developers to include a certain percentage of affordable units in new developments or pay a fee for not doing that. They could go into a fund so that we could do more inclusive development. The second policy that we highlight here is a density bonus, and this would allow developers to build more units per acre if they commit to more inclusive housing in their development. The third policy that I highlight here is a payment in lieu of taxes, which provides a unique tax abatement, again, and puts a dollar amount to the side to invest in inclusive development. And then the last thing, there's two more. One of the things that we have received some recommendation that really for the city to think about is a community benefits ordinance. So that's any development that the city has any sort of incentive behind, that there will be a requirement of that developer to have some sort of community benefits that you would all define. So that could be park amenities, that could be local hiring, local contracting, those are things you could define, but that ordinance would say if you get a city incentive, we expect you to provide several, one or two or three or how many ever of these benefits to our community. And then this last one, to be honest with you, is probably one of the most exciting ones for me because this is a conversation that's going on nationally, but it's also happening here uniquely in the state of Georgia. And this is around enacting policies that limit the amount of corporate ownership in our communities. I believe the stat out there is in the state of Georgia, around 30% of single-family homes are owned by a corporation. And as you know, that really drives up pricing. It really holds people back from becoming homeowners. And so there's conversations now, and there's been policy drafted at the state to actually put caps on the amount of corporate ownership that can happen within a city. And so it's also been introduced at the national level as well, but we know where the national politics are at right now. So you look at the state, it's been introduced. We're not sure where it can go, but you all have the authority here to really consider this on a local level and really address this idea of corporate ownership of single-family homes. I did a little bit of research based on Councilwoman Shropshire's inclination around looking at vacant property within the city. And I was shocked to see how much, not just LLC ownership, but because, anybody can have an LLC, but I'm talking large corporate ownership of many, I think it was over 40 properties that were here in the city of East Point that were owned by just some corporate entity, large corporate entity. And so I think that's something we should really consider. But overall, my recommendation and our staff's recommendation is for us to really look at a comprehensive housing ordinance that would, create a menu of these tools that you all believe. We'd have a community engagement effort, and then come and have a single housing ordinance that would address all of these issues and really put together a suite of policy that addresses the various issues that are raised here today. As I mentioned, in the region, the city of Atlanta has enacted some inclusionary zoning policies, as has the city of Decatur. And then there's been density bonuses that we've seen in the community of Brookhaven. So just some key dates I want to make sure get on your calendar. and make sure you're aware of, on April 15th through the 17th, we'll be attending the GIC retreat. And we're, as you all know, we're a GIC community. The city went through that process, graduated in 2023, and because of that, when applicants are applying for housing tax credits or they're applying for grants, if we give our cosign and give a letter of support, they get additional points on their application. So we help projects to win. So we're going to that retreat in April. And then also during the month of April, we will be taking in requests. So if you have a housing developer who has talked to you about developing in East Point, we put a public notice out asking them if they want a letter of support to have their materials to us before the end of this month so that we could consider them as a recommendation to you all for a letter of support for their project. On April 30th, as I mentioned, we're hosting an employee home ownership workshop from 11 to 1 at the Annex. On May 31st will be the community home ownership event that I mentioned, which will take place on the lawn of City Hall, as well as I believe we booked this chamber as well, so thank y'all for that. And then during the fall, we want to do something around block cleanups. We've been talking to House Proud. They have an amazing program that they do around adopting a block and doing a volunteer project and cleaning up a block. So we're in discussions with them about doing that. And our goal, as was mentioned before, is to have this whole wait list of homes from the no-cost home repair program complete by the end of this year. So again, I just kind of reiterate what I believe, that we just have a very unique opportunity here in East Point to approach housing by combining these home ownership initiatives, home preservation, strong policies, strategic use of our land. We can ensure that East Point grows without leaving its residents behind. So thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm available for any questions. And also the partners are here as well.
Thank you for your presentation, Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. And I was going to ask you about the senior program, as far as when will it start going in to do the repairs. And I know you just mentioned the list came down from the number of people that was on it before. So if seniors still want to sign up, they can just call House Proud and still get on the list?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor, to Council. So yes, they can contact us directly at the phone number there, because we're also keeping track of these names as well. We want to make sure we're tracking them. So if they call House Proud is going to let us know anyway, so they can call me or House Proud, and we'll make sure they get on a waiting list. One note I just want to make: when we since we've been out networking and meeting folks, we've learned that there's other resources out there other than House Proud for home
But they
repair.
didn't qualify for that. So when it was brought to council, the list was long, because I know that Habitat does it as well. And it was a waiting list. And House Proud had a lot of people from East Point on that list. And so that is why we decided to do this, what we did, because of the waiting list from the people that was contacting House Proud. So I know they know about Habitat as well, but I want to make sure that the seniors who are in need of house repair or whatever they need so they can call this number. And I think they're more familiar with calling House Proud. So they can just call House Proud, and then they would just give the information to you all to get the house fixed up. Because I know at the time it was like 40-something people on the list. So I want to make sure that we don't lose that, and that our seniors know that they can still sign up. For those who don't know, they can still sign up, and they can call House Proud. And my second question is this, and I know you talked about the down payment assistant and getting with the BITA board. And I know that there are other programs out there that provide that as well. So how did you come to the conclusion to partner with the BITA board? And I thought that would have to be a council decision. So how was that?
So I hear two things there. One is awareness about the other resources that exist within the community. Is there awareness of the other resources available? I would say there's an increasing awareness, because there's new resources that are coming and developing every day. There was a new resource announced this past weekend. Silverton Mortgage has a new down payment assistance program. So this is an evolving thing in terms of resources available. So I think we're trying to make sure we maintain that education on that. In terms of BIDA, I think I thought I had presented on this before, but when I met with BIDA, this was first couple months on the job, and just to introduce myself and what my role was, they shared they had an interest in part, and again, they can speak for themselves if you'd like them to, but they shared that they were interested in housing. And so as we started talking about, well, what would that look like, and what would be kind of low-hanging fruit to address, they felt that they could utilize some of the resources they had to go towards creating a down payment assistance program. And I think a part of the logic behind that was there's a lot of resources out there, but those resources don't necessarily point to East Point. They'll say, hey, if you buy a house in Atlanta, here's a down payment assistance program. If you buy a house in Georgia, anywhere in Georgia, here's a down payment assistance program. But to have something strategically targeted to say, hey, if you come to East Point, there's a fund specifically for buying a house in East Point. That's I think was the strategy.
See, that's where you have to partner with the other resources, just like you said when I brought up House Proud. You said there are other resources for seniors.
Yes.
And I knew that it was Habitat. So it's the same way when it comes to down payment assistance. There are other places out there that will provide down payment assistance to East Point residents, and it's not just should not solely be on the BIDA board.
Yeah.
I'll yield. I'll yield.
So I just want to make sure I'm clear on the amount of resources that BIDA is providing down payment assistance for is just one piece of the puzzle. When it comes to these down payment assistance programs, we're encouraging residents to try to stack them. So go after the Georgia Dream program, go after the Fulton County program, and go after the bank program, and go after the BIDA program. So this is a full... Yeah, I apologize if it sounded like I was just only... And that's why I tried to express that we're continuously trying to raise awareness about resources and make sure at this event on May 31st, the goal is to make sure all of those resources are there.
Councilmember Martin Rogers.
And thank you so much, Mr. Whitfield, for your presentation. And I know that I have mentioned this once before, and I've heard it also from Councilmember Shropshire, but in my research, Brookhaven and Dunwoody offer incentives for their public safety personnel. In your presentation, I know that you all said that you're going to do a homeowners assistance program, but is there any way that we can just kind of focus on those, on that particular group, our public safety personnel for housing? And then my other question is the Airbnbs. I don't know if the Airbnb market has sort of kind of dried up, but would interested Airbnb owners be interested in possibly leasing or renting or possibly selling to potential homeowners? But that's just a general question. I just wanted some feedback on those two items.
Yeah, so thank you for that, and through you, Madam Mayor, the council. You know, the market is in an interesting place that I'm not qualified enough to speak about where it's going in terms of, you know, the conversion of former Airbnb properties to become potential properties for sale or rent to residents. I think it's a great idea and something that should be poked at and considered. But to your other question around first responders, so this event, and Chief is not here anymore, but we specifically sat in Chief's, we did not schedule this until we heard this was a date that worked for the police officers. And we literally said, we're not booking this until police officers, y'all tell us a date where it works for y'all. So this is really designed around them being in the room. Yeah, for sure. So we're hoping that they have the strongest turnout. We know that there's extra benefits of having your local police live in your community.
But is there an additional, I guess, step in initiatives, monetary initiatives
Yeah.
for them, because again, in Brookhaven and Dunwoody, they give them money to reside within the city limits.
Yeah, so I think a part of, through you, Madam Mayor, the council, I think a part of what we're looking at is, let's start here, and if that's not enough incentive, let's look at other incentives as well. Because you're right, there are a lot of cities doing creative things around utilities, around stipends to incentivize it. So there's a lot still on the table, but we want to see if this is enough to garner enough. And again, if we get a chance to talk in executive session, doesn't have to be tonight, at some point around the city-owned properties, there are some ideas around utilizing those to help.
Councilmember Atkins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Whitfield, for your presentation. I wanted to ask a question about the CHIP grant. I know that that application has already been submitted. Do you know approximately when we would hear back from DCA regarding that grant?
Yes, and through you, Madam Mayor, to the council, there is in the NOFO, in the Notice of Funding Opportunity, it states that their goal is to have contracts by September 1. So that lets us know they're going to be making their decision between spring and summer, and then it's just paperwork to finalize before that date.
Okay, thank you. And I know that you also talked about the down payment assistance through the BIDA authority, and that's just, it's not quite as much as the $500,000 from the CHIP, but the $50,000, I'm encouraged to see that because, as you mentioned before, those dollars can be layered, right? So they could benefit. And I'm happy to hear that this is for first responders and employees for the city. I think that when city employees, if they're not living in the city already, if they have an opportunity to live in the city, I think there's an extra sense of pride in terms of where they live and where they work. And so to the extent that we're able to help them buy a piece of dirt in the city, I'm encouraged by that. So like I said, I know it's not a $500,000 like the CHIP grant, but any little piece would help. I guess they'll be appreciative, and they can layer those dollars with some other funds as well to help purchase the property. I want to go to your policy consideration slide. On that slide, I was encouraged to see some of the suggestions here because I think it addresses a few things that are sort of national issues and local issues all across the country, particularly the corporate owning of properties and pushing first-time home buyers sort of out of the market on that. So to the extent that we can act on some of these things, the inclusionary zoning, I'm encouraged to see that, the density bonus, all of those things, because if we're talking about economic development, oftentimes we're not getting some of that development because of the density, that we don't quite meet the standards. And so wherever it's appropriate for us to do that and have some density bonuses, I think that that would be great. So I was excited to see this, and I appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
Councilmember Common.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Whitfield, for your presentation. And I know this whole thing is not, it's not all just locked in stone as far as what it is that we're going to do with regards to considering for the home buyers program, just our first responders. And I don't know if there will be a sign-up list or what, but I also want to make sure that I know maybe, I don't know if it'll be a preference that'll be given to first responders, but to make sure that we're inclusive of all city employees. I think that would be, because somebody in sanitation, they should be, they want to live in the city of East Point. I think those opportunities should be extended to them as well. So I don't want us to, just sort of lock in on policify, of course. We'll bring those people in, but just to make sure that we extended the opportunity to all of our city employees.
Oh, thank you. And through you, Madam Mayor, to council, I will definitely take that back to the BIDA group and share that feedback with them. So thank you for that.
Thank you. I yield.
And thanks again for your presentation. But while this slide was up, that was my third point, the corporate ownership cap policy. How can we incorporate something like that? Because I know that I reside in a community where corporate ownership has pretty much run rampant. Is that something for the future to think about? Because how do we put a cap on corporate ownership at this stage in the game? I guess that would be a question for our city attorney, Madam City Attorney.
So obviously you would certainly need to pass an ordinance to put a cap on ownership. I just don't know though how you will track that, Councilman Butler had brought forth an issue with the code section that says you can't require registration. So how you will know what's corporately owned and what's not is going to be difficult given the current language in the state law. So without some type of registration, which is disallowed, it's going to be difficult to track who owns what. So I think that would have to come first before you could implement, or if this bill that you're referencing, it would have to, hopefully it crossed over because it have to get passed pretty quickly. Maybe that addresses that. I haven't seen that bill, so I can't speak on it.
And through you, Madam Mayor, to Council, the House bill that I was able to find was 305. But as you mentioned, will it cross, will it pass is a whole different conversation, but that is the House bill that was proposed.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. And to address that question, we brought it up several times about having the houses register ownership, and that is something that planning and zoning is supposed to do. And I think they may not have the staff, I don't know, but the vacant property is supposed to register their property through planning and zoning. We've had that conversation several times about that, and that is how you would know who owns what property, because they are required to register through that, but they have not started that process to do that.
Councilmember Butler.
Thank you. The House bills that referring to registration is House Bill number 374. House Bill number 399 is the one that would limit corporate ownership. And there's an additional bill that will require, if you own 25 or more houses, to have a registered agent in the state. Senator Estevez also has an accompanying Senate bill. I do know House Bill 374 did cross over, I think. I have to double check that, but those are the bill numbers.
Thank you.
I saw the deputy city managers light and the city attorney's light. Do you all have something?
Madam Mayor and Council, I wanted to say to Councilwoman Shropshire that planning is registering vacant and bank-owned housing. Frank has a list, and I've forgotten how many were on that list. It might be 200 plus, but they have started that, so they do have that information.
Yes, Larry.
Attorney Wiggins.
Yes, so Councilwoman Shropshire is correct that registration is required for vacant properties. But if the property is occupied, then there's a state law that disallows registration. So we can only keep up with corporate registration when the property is vacant. If it's rented, that's not the case. 305, the House bill that that Frank referenced, never left the House. Neither did House Bill 374, so neither of those crossed over. Now, House Bill 399 did cross over, but it never was assigned to a committee. And so that may not go anywhere. And that the last action on House Bill 399 was March 4th.
Thank you. Mr. Whitfield, have you spoken with the Downtown Development Authority or the Building Authority?
No, I have not.
I feel like I ask that question every time you're before us. And so we have other authorities within the city that work with other areas. And I understand this is a down payment assistance program by BIDA, which could be helpful for first-time home buyers. But I find it interesting that you still haven't met with DDA or the Building Authority. Additionally, Yolanda Johnson did an amazing job with the homeownership owning the block event at East Point First Malibu. There are probably at least 30 to 40 vendors there, mortgage lenders, There were inspectors, there were credit counseling agencies, like every segment of the home ownership industry or pipeline had multiple people there who are partnering with the city. So I hate to see us reinvent the wheel, and it's interesting that this presentation does not include the down payment assistance programs that were talked about. There was a panel specifically on down payment assistance, and there were 4 lenders there. In fact, Silverton, what is it called? Silverton Home Ownership and Finance Center just opened. This had a grand opening this past weekend. They're in the Jefferson Station building, and they specifically are focused on East Point and layering and stacking upwards of $30,000+ per person for down payment assistance. And you were at that event, so it would have been helpful to see those other entities that are working and partnering with Yolanda Johnson and the people who put on the home ownership event on last Saturday, to be able to share a more complete information about downtown assistance available here in the city. And so you mentioned a 2.0 event. I'm assuming that you're going to be reaching out to the 30+ vendors that Yolanda has already connected and have working with residents here in the city, as we do, I guess, another event. I don't know if it's a 2.0 or if it's just another event that's already been held, being offered at a different time and location, to provide more opportunity for the community to learn about what we're offering. Also, as it relates to the home repairs, we did a solicitation. I think it was an RFQ, and that's how Greenheart and House Proud were approved. So I understand why you're focusing on them, but as was mentioned, if there are other programs, I think the challenge was, I think it was previously said before, the reason why we did something specifically for East Point, because there wasn't enough funding in those other programs and those other pools to really focus on East Point residents. But again, if there's an opportunity to braid funding, blend funding, like stack funding for repairs, it's good that you're looking at that as well. Also, as it relates to the down payment assistance program or MOU or information that will come back to council, that'll definitely need to go through our city legal department. And those discussions we had prior to bringing it to council, if not, it's going to have to go there to make sure that it's legally sound, and we'll have it in a position that we'll be able to make sure that the intent is able to be met. So those are my comments. Also, the policy considerations, I like the fact that you pulled out policies that were mentioned in the Equitable Growth and Inclusion Strategic Plan. I would say that Morehouse School of Medicine is still a resource for us around policy development, at least for a while, until they got an extension on the Advancing Health Equity in East Point grant that they received from the federal federal government, Office of Minority Health. I can't remember the end date of the extension, but I think we can get some additional support from them as they help with our comprehensive plan update as well. So thank you for your presentation. And I don't see, Councilmember Atkins.
Madam Mayor, can I reply to the comments you made around, I just want to make a clarifying point around.
Yeah, so when Councilmember Atkins finishes and don't see anyone else in, you can go.
Okay, just very quickly, Madam Mayor, you got my memory going because there was another comment that I wanted to make, particularly your slide around the city-owned facilities and structures, and the Madam Mayor also spoke about 2 other authorities, and I think that the building authority specifically should probably be engaged, and they should probably be meeting around some of those things. So I just wanted to make that point, and I thought I wrote the note down, but I didn't, so I'm sorry.
No worries, Council.
I was going to ask, are those other authorities active? I'm not sure if the building authority have met this year, or the DDA. I'm not sure if these are active groups.
So the
currently.
DDA has met. They are actually the committee that's working on the impact study with the Water and Sewer
sure.
Department. I'm not sure about the building authority, but
I think Biden might be. Excuse me. I think Biden might be the most active authority we have, and with the most competent board members for this. So I get it. One second. So I can see why they might reach to them first, because other authorities are not acting in their full capacity. Now, yeah, go ahead.
So again, the Downtown Development Authority has had several meetings and is working on the impact study. The Building Authority has people appointed by all of you up here. And so if, in fact, they're not meeting, there's still some way to reach out. Whether they reached out to BIDA first, this is several meetings that we've had presentations, and there has not been any contact with the other development authorities within the city. They all have a role. They all have a role. And it is important, especially at the staff level, that we're activating them for their various roles. When I served on the building authority prior to being elected to council, that was one of the challenges, is you have 3 authorities and the question is who does what, right? And when we had the retreat with our authorities, this was prior to the last election, that was a part of the discussion. We have to all get on the same page and make sure that we're utilizing the tools that are in place. And so BIDA is not the only one that's meeting. The DDA is meeting. And the DDA actually has a geographic footprint and map that is a part of the resolution that activated the DDA. The Building Authority, as Councilmember Atkins said, is to specifically, by its bylaws, deal with city property. And so as we're talking about and moving through this, there is a need to ensure that we're communicating with all of the authorities and the tools that we have in place so that they can all work together as a part of this plan moving forward in whatever lanes that they have been assigned, be it their enacting documents or their bylaws or whatever, state law, because these are also constitutional authorities. And so that's why I keep bringing it up. It is not about who's more active.
If I can.
No, I'm still talking.
Go ahead.
And when I'm done, I will recognize the next council member.
Right, thank you.
And so, Mr. Jones, this is not about who is more active. This is about what the organizing documents for these authorities say and what their roles are, and ensuring as we move forward, we're looking at all of the available tools that we have. There was also another authority that we attempted to create, but it didn't really go anywhere. I can't remember, urban something. But there are a number of authorities, right? So when we talk about housing comprehensively, when we talk about city-owned property, we need to make sure that we're activating the right entities for the work. And so this doesn't have anything that I'm hearing right now to do with development, but it is concerning that there still hasn't been any communication with the other authorities that are within the city, given what was shared as a part of this plan. Councilmember Mitchell.
Yes, I just wanted to state, so it's like clearly animosity every time the BIDA board is brought up. We're not fully utilizing our authorities. Half the authorities that you mentioned are not functional at this point. But however, whenever BIDA is brought up, there's some animosity there. And that's the elephant in the room. Everybody sees it. But I'm just saying, if that's one of the most important authorities we have, and we have to start utilizing them better. And to our new city manager, yes, sir. Thank you. So hopefully we can move forward and actually, make sure we get all the authorities functioning properly. I think that's first and foremost what we should be doing. However, we should utilize the actual authorities who are functioning in their full capacity. Utilize them to the fullest extent.
I think it's a fair point, and my office will be reaching directly out to all those boards and making sure that they are at least advised, and hopefully bring them together for a meeting so that they can get up to speed on the activities that's happened thus far.
Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. And and let me say this, because there's always an elephant in the room. So I ask you, what's your elephant? Why is it that you're always pushing for the by the board? It's clear that there are other, I'm speaking, zip it. It's clear that there's other entities, and all it was said was, ask the other entity. And this conversation comes up at every time we have meetings like this. Every time. The Downtown Development Authority meets. I don't know about the Building Authority, but what's your reasoning for always want to go with the by the board? And I know you got people on there you like, you really want to push them. That's your business. But what really is it, besides giving every other entity that the city has part of the process?
Madam Mayor, you mentioned I could reply after Councilman Atkins. Okay.
So it is the constant mischaracterization of facts, procedures, ordinance, charter, things that we have in place into salacious things like animosity that puts staff in the position to constantly come before us and not have information. And so what I shared was facts, information about bylaws, about ordinances, about structure, about how all of this should move forward together. And to make it salacious and talk about animosity, I mean, that's very convenient. So what I'm going to ask, and I don't know if we need to take a vote now or later, but we had the retreat with all of the authorities, BIDA, DDA, Building Authority, and I don't think the East Point Housing Authority was there. We had Daryl Ingram from ECG, who does their economic development, present. We had someone who worked with the Department of Community Affairs, who actually used to be an East Point resident, I forget her name, that presented. And I think it was probably about 3 hours, or maybe a half a day, because we started with a continental breakfast and even had lunch. And we talked about reconvening to continue that discussion and continue to figure out how we set a joint vision for the city and understand who does what, right? And so it's probably time to explore having that again. The people who were, for the people who were on council, no, 5 of the people who were on council now were not on council at the time. And so that may be helpful as we talk about moving this work forward. Mr. Whitfield, did you want?
I do, but I'll withhold and just follow the direction of the city manager to handle this.
All right, I don't see any other lights in. Thank you so much for your presentation. We will move now to item number 11, council discussion and possible action on change order for Plant Moran. Is there any action on this item?
Discussion.
Need a motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action.
So moved.
Second. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion?
Discussion.
All those in favor?
No, I'm sorry.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Councilmember Mitchell.
Yes, so do we actually have I know they're asking for another $65,000. Do we have a reasoning, or is it itemized, or what's kind of behind this?
So, Mr. Jones, I see Mr. Golden at the podium. Would you like for him to respond, or?
That would be lovely. Thank you.
Yes, Interim Director Golden will respond to that. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, City Manager Jones. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council. Councilman Mitchell, yes, we do have it budgeted, so we can provide the funds for this amendment.
How much are we paying them on top of this? So it's like 100 something?
This contract was 150,000. So, but they were assisting us with reconciliation and other accounting technical services. So we're coming toward the end of those services, and we need to extend in order to provide good guidance on certain accounting pronouncements that are coming up.
To the tune of 65?
It's not to exceed 65.
Not to exceed, okay. Okay, all right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilman Martin.
I would like to make a motion. Are we still in for discussion? I'd like to make the motion to approve the change order in the amount of $65,000 for Plant Moran RFP 2024-1833 change order number 1.
Been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next item, this item might involve you as well. Discussion of possible action on the single source vendor for eCivis UNA Solutions for grants, network software, and services, amount not to exceed $138,569. There a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved and properly seconded to open the floor for discussion of possible action. Any discussion on that motion? Councilmember Atkins.
Yes, Mr. Golden, I'm new, so I don't know what this is.
Hold on real quick. Let me call for the question, and I'm going to call you for a discussion. Sure. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Councilmember Atkins.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Golden, very new. Can you tell me what this is for and what we're getting for these dollars, please?
Absolutely. We currently have this software. This is where we do our grant management. So all our historical data is there. We do all the transactions through the portal, as well as it has a platform to where we can research those grants and upcoming grant opportunities.
Are we switching to a different platform?
No,
or is
sir.
this a new licensing fee to continue to use the platform, or?
This is a new licensing fee to continue to use the platform.
Okay, and it renews annually?
This is a 5-year contract.
Okay, so this will get us through 5 years?
Correct.
This licensing, the subscription that we're paying for this license?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
The $138,569, is that per year for all 5 years?
It's all 5 years, Madam Mayor.
Any further discussion or action on this item?
Madam Mayor?
Yes,
I make a
Councilwoman
motion
Shropshire.
that we approve item number 12.
So moved.
Single sole source vendor, Chavis solution for the grant network software.
So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Next item, council discussion and possible action on offboarding OnePath to adopt new services through GoTo from IT. Is there a motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Floor is open, Mr. Jones.
Mayor and Council, that's Interim IT Director Oliver Brown to help us with this discussion.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council, City Manager Jones. This is regarding the transition of our voice over IP system, which is essentially our desk phone system, from a company called OnePath to a company called Go2. So council has already approved Go2. I believe it was in late August or sometime in August. What we need now, we've gone through the motions with OnePath for the offboarding. What we need now is a signature on the separation agreement from OnePath, which will open the door for Go2 so that we can start to transfer all the data from OnePath to Go2. So the offboarding agreement, the separation agreement, needs to be signed by Madam Mayor. And before Madam can sign the agreement, it has to be approved by council. So in a nutshell, that's where we are right now.
Thank you, Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I just have a question. So we're going from OnePath to Go2. Is there a particular reason that we're going, is one service better than the other, or why are we going from OnePath to Go2?
Well, we became increasingly dissatisfied with the service we were getting from OnePath. OnePath had a lot to do with the construction of this facility, but once it was completed in 2018, it appears that the company started to disintegrate, and most of the employees who were there when this facility went up are no longer employed. So specifically with our customer care department, we have to, the customer care department, as you know, anytime you call them, you get a recording. There's times where we have to adjust that recording, for instance, some city emergency, holidays, whatever it might be. If we need to adjust that recording with OnePath, we have to contact OnePath, and OnePath has to contact one of two third-party entities that actually perform the work, and then they come back to OnePath, and then OnePath comes back to us. So to make simple changes with OnePath can take weeks, where we can have this functionality with Go2 is part of the package deal. So instead of having to call OnePath to make these changes, we can do them ourselves in minutes, as opposed to having to wait weeks to have our request accommodated. And that's just one example. So also Go2 can give us the functionality we need at literally more than or less than half the cost of OnePath. OnePath costs us about $154,000 a year, and we can get the same functionality plus from Go2 for roughly $75,000 a year, because Go2 doesn't have to contract out the work to third-party outfits. So essentially, going to Go2 gives us the control we need to make critical changes quickly.
Okay, so in essence, you get more bang for your buck with
Yes.
Go2 with regards to price and services.
And service.
Thank you, sir. I yield.
Councilmember Butler.
I make the motion that we approve the offboarding process.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Discussion. I have a question. I'm not sure what we're approving tonight, because I don't see a contract. So was this a solicitation done for this, or how did we get to this decision of
We got,
changing?
I'm sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
How did we get to the decision of changing? And are we approving a vendor tonight, and then later the contract is going to come before us for approval, because there's nothing attached to this agenda item?
I'm not sure I heard your entire question.
Are we approving firing them? Is that what we're talking about?
Basically, we're
not
switching companies.
Hold on. We're not going to do that. I recognize council members, and then they speak. You don't have to respond until I
Yes, ma'am.
acknowledge you to speak. Mr. Jones, my question is, this says council discussion possible action on offboarding OnePath to adopt new services through GoTo. My first question is, was there a what's the value of this? So you just said it was over $25,000. Was there a solicitation done? I see the interim contracts and procurement director in the back. That's the first question. Second question is, what are we approving tonight? If there was a solicitation done, are we just approving the vendor, and then the contract, the terminate, whatever document will come back before this council to be approved so that I can sign, because I don't see anything attached to the agenda tonight. Now, I could be missing it, but I don't see anything.
Mayor, I am not aware of a solicitation that has been done, but I will allow the procurement director to speak to it if he has some information on it.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. GoTo was already approved, as Oliver said, late August. If I'm not mistaken, that was a state contract. What you're approving tonight is, after discussion with Attorney Wiggins, we thought to bring this to you all to off-board from OnePath. So, to Councilman Mitchell's point, we're letting OnePath go to make sure we can start with GoTo.
Madam City Clerk, do you have the information when this was approved?
I can look it up real quick. What am I looking up? Dermot, what company?
GoTo
GoTo?
approval.
Yeah, GoTo is approved.
August, what was the date? She's trying to look up
The date was, I have it, it was roughly, excuse me.
So when we approved it, we kept both? We approved GoTo but kept OnePath?
When we approved GoTo, they were in transition and trying to offboard.
Sure, okay.
Trying to offboard, Madam Mayor, and so we were in discussions with Attorney Wiggins and saying that we need to bring this to council so it can be totally offboard from OnePath.
So it was mentioned that there's a document that I need to sign. I don't see that attached to the agenda. And so council would need to approve a document for me to sign.
Yes, we need the approval before sending it to you. We sent it to you before, but it went to legal. Legal came back and said we needed council approval before you could sign it.
Correct. And what I'm saying is it's not attached to the agenda tonight for council approval. Does anybody have the document?
The document?
The offboarding document.
Forward it to you.
Share it with everybody.
Yeah, and the GoTo was approved on August 19th.
4?
Yes.
Okay. The reason it came back is because the document wasn't approved by council, so I don't want to be in the same situation when it comes to me again if the document isn't here for council to approve.
Also, the approval date for GoTo was August 19th last year.
The city clerk just shared that. Thank you. So, council, we have one or two options. I know there's been a motion to approve, but we don't have the document. We could table and bring it back after we come from executive session. It doesn't seem like there's any questions, so staff wouldn't necessarily have to stay in order for that to be approved. Or we can wait a couple more minutes to see if they can send it to us. Councilmember Shropshire.
I would like to make a motion if we table it and bring it back after executive session.
And moved and properly seconded, Councilmember Atkins seconded, City Clerk, that we table this item until after executive session. Please remind me to remove it. Any discussion? Motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. We're at comments from council. Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. I don't have the exact date, but every year we light the city up blue for autism, and autism comes after, it comes before our council meeting. So if we could just make sure of that date, I think Ms. Jessie, yeah, we light the city up blue, all the cities, to support Autism Month for April.
I know a couple of times we've done it by motion, a couple of times we haven't. So, I don't know if, are we making a motion or?
We can make a motion that to do it because we've done it before. So that's my motion that we
Light up City Hall.
Light up City Hall and the city buildings blue for Autism Month.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Anything else, Councilmember Shropshire? Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for everyone that came out and attended City Council meeting this evening in person and via live stream. Just wanted to invite everyone out to our Ward C community meeting. It's going to be Thursday, March 27th. We're going to have it at Word of Faith Love Center. The address is 2435 Ben Hill Road, East Point. The time is from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. We'll have representatives to answer any questions from police, fire, public works, solid waste, power, water and sewer, and our special guest will be our new city manager, Mr. Redmond Jones. So again, inviting everyone to come out to our Ward C community meeting. It's going to be Thursday, March 27th, from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. Thank you.
Councilmember Butler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's getting late, but I did want to take this time to thank Ms. Iris Jessie for her service as interim city manager while we had a gap. I was glad to see you. Sorry you're on the other side, but I definitely want to publicly express my thanks and gratitude for all the work that you've done for the city.
Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Thank you. First announcement is for the Ward D Community Gathering, which is going to be held on Saturday, March 29th at 10 a.m., ending at 12 noon. Please come out to receive important information from our Water and Sewer Department, Parks and Rec Department, and from our police chief about those crime statistics in Ward D. The location is going to be the Collective Success Center, 1400 Center Parkway, Suite 116 in East Point, Georgia, 30344. And to piggyback off of Councilmember Shropshire, I have partnered with our Parks and Rec Department for an Autism Awareness Day in East Point, which will be held on Saturday, April 5th, 2025 from 10 a.m. until 1 p.m. at the Jefferson Park Recreation Center. So, inviting everyone to come out so that we can have a good time. Thank you.
Anyone else? Just briefly, also echo gratitude to Ms. Jessie for serving as our interim city manager until our new permanent city manager was hired. Greatly appreciate your willingness to serve and your service and leadership during that time. The Healthy Point 90-day initiative will kick off on March 29th, Saturday. You can register on site. We'll be at John D. Milner Park, John D. Milner Athletic Complex, 3009 Randall Street. On-site registration will be at 10 a.m. and then we'll start warming up and then the walk around the park at 10:30. Register at http://bit.ly.com/the Healthy Point 2025 in all lowercase. More information is on the city's social media pages and will be emailed out as well. Have an opportunity to earn a number of incentives, which include the Healthy Point gym bag, Yeti or Stanley Cup, gift cards, and much more. And so join us again on Saturday, March 29th, 2025 for our kickoff event. You can register now, or you can wait and register on site on the day of the kickoff. And so look forward to continuing on our journey to being healthier together. Being healthy is not a size, it is absolutely a lifestyle of making better choices daily to be healthy. So I look forward to joining with the hundreds of people who generally register to participate in this activity. I don't think I have any. Is there something else? Oh, I did want to share that I think the week of March 3rd, the first week in March, thereabouts, their staff met with the Army Corps of Engineers about the $15 million grant or funds, no match, that Senator Ossoff Warnock and Congresswoman Williams were able to secure for us. They confirmed with the Army Corps of Engineers that the Army Corps of Engineers received the entire $15 million. So that has been fully funded, and we'll just need to solidify our match. I'm sorry, it's not a 100%. That's a different project. There is a match percentage on this. I forgot what it is, and so staff should be bringing that to us. But those $15 million for water infrastructure is not frozen, has been secured, and should be coming to the city. I did speak with Senator Ossoff's staff about the other funds that we indicated were frozen. Is really around public safety and water infrastructure. And so they're getting more information from staff to be able to reach out and call and ask about it. They need information about specific projects because, again, they're not receiving that information from the administration. It's more of a bottom-up. And so they encourage cities and city leaders to make sure that we're sharing that information with them so that they can call and check in to try to get those funds made available. Unfortunately, we still haven't received any update around the just under $65 million that was awarded to Atlanta Regional Commission for our Reconnecting Communities grant that we were awarded with Hapeville College Park, ourselves and ARC, and I think Clayton County. So they're still trying to secure those funds and working through the administration with that, and Senator Ossoff's office is helping them with that as well. And so as we get updates, we'll continue to provide them, but we'll definitely need to continue to lean in to the resources that we have available, making sure people know of the different food opportunities within the city. I know we have our weekly food giveaway, and then Impact Church does one weekly. I think other places of worship or other organizations may be providing food. Our Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Empowerment, Yolanda Johnson, has worked for quite some time, about 2 years, to connect with community resources and partners. And so we probably need to start compiling that information together because it's going to become more critical. It's likely that it's going to become more critical to help sure that we all can get through the times that we're in right now. Do we have any executive session items from legal?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have just 4 litigation.
No real estate?
No, the one real estate that we had isn't ready yet.
Okay. Mr. Jones, you have any executive session items?
Yes, Madam Mayor. One personnel issue.
One personnel, okay. Council?
Personnel.
Any other executive session items from?
Madam Mayor, go ahead and you can add the real estate, and I can just update you guys why it's not ready.
Okay. Any other executive session items from council? I have 2 real estate. So that's 3 real estate, 4 litigation, and 2 personnel. Need them to recess into executive session
So
for 3
moved.
real estate, 4 litigation, and 2 personnel.
So moved.
There's second.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. We're in recess.
ready to go now.
Need a motion to reconvene.
So moved.
Been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. In the matter of Darren King versus City of East Point, need a motion to proceed as discussed in executive session.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Need a motion to reappoint Judge Motion to reappoint Judge Rashida Oliver as the Chief Judge of East Point Municipal Court at a salary of $180,000 per year.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Need a motion to approve executive session meeting minutes.
No, motion to take the off the
I got to
table.
approve the minutes
Oh,
then.
motion to approve the executive session meeting minutes.
Second.
Been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Need a motion to remove item number 13 from the table.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Do we have the document?
No, ma'am, we do not.
So we can place this on the April 7th agenda. Mr. Jones, if it needs to come back before us, again, we'd have to do a special call meeting if it's something really urgent. But if not, we can just place it on the April 7th agenda if council's okay with that. We get a motion to place item number 13 on the April 7th agenda.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. And motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Good night.